Hello. Um, it's me again, Accursion. I also work on a lot of new things. Um, like this one. Dad! I got a new layout. So, I was bored. I was bored one time, so I just realized, so people exist on Twitch, both daytime and nighttime. Like everyone, like obviously the internet and the world works like that. But yeah, I was like, I couldn't tell if people, like the people here, or I don't know, um, someone here is from the daytime world or the nighttime world. So I figured, why not just put them in the gradient, like where, like it's night. Oh wait, where is this? It's nighttime in here and it's daytime in there. So yeah, it kind of looks childish. Don't judge me, but yeah, I'm pretty happy for it. I'm pretty happy at what I've done so far. But yeah, it's morning in here, 8:46. Um, to whoever's watching, thank you so much. Like, I think I'll never stop saying thank you. I hope I never do. And if I do, please call me out. Call me ungrateful if you should. But yeah, just so you guys know, or whoever's watching, robots. Um, yeah, I really, I really, 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 really appreciate it. Um, I will do good things for to pass this forward to other people. Like I really hope, um yeah, I I think that's the only thing I want is make someone's day, I guess. And I don't know how to do that, honestly. Like that's not something that's not something I was taught to do in a way. Um but yeah, I'm just doing what I can. I'm I'm just trying. But yeah, I don't know honestly what content to like upload for show you, I mean. Um but fortunately, Facebook doesn't run. Oh, Facebook. Why do I keep getting I'm like my mom whenever she calls my sister and then she accidentally calls my name. Like she gets confused with me and my siblings. I meant Facebook. Oh, Facebook. I meant YouTube. Because I always find out of the social media platforms out there, YouTube is the only one that actually can provide like accurate and good long form content. Even Netflix couldn't with YouTube. And it's made by like people like you, me, like ordinary people around the world. So yeah, I've decided because I've also seen a lot of content lately. Like, oh, it's crazy how these people can get a little, mm. But yeah, I think that's creativity for you. It's amazing. I think it's amazing that people are being rewarded, though they should be rewarded more. Um, yeah, I think that's for the competition to decide in terms of um those sort of stuff. What am I talking about? Where is my window? Okay, so let me just set it up for you. Um, yeah, here I am. I'm just I don't know. I just saw. Oh wait, no, actually, I got this list here. Um, I've got this long list, and basically, they're really full of. Some of them are news, like news stuff from, well, not news, but like creators, who are knowledgeable on a single thing or of multiple things. Um, some of them are just plain funny. Some of them are documentaries from um providers. Like oh no, not provide like media companies. Um, think of your local Fox News or local NBC, stuff like that. But yeah, I just tried my best to generate the content that doesn't have a lot of reach, like audience. That way we could be also promoting them. Um, but yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the reality shifting. Oh no, I think we've seen this for you. We've seen this previously. I mean, keep getting confused with my words sometimes. But yeah, how about
There's
this
a show
one?
called Bluey that
It's
the
from
dog dad
August.
I
The
would
like the ducky. He's not really. Oh yeah, he's not. He's pretty a big person, right?
Well,
I should
guys,
refrain
I
from
don't
showing him
really
next
like
time.
what we're talking about today. Every now
Like
and then,
he's
despite doing this
pretty.
for a living,
He
I
has
will
a lot
see
of.
or hear something
I'm looking
on
at the
the internet that
subscribers, honestly.
genuinely leaves me speechless. And it is never in a good way. Podcasts in 2024 are a plague to our society. There's a sort of running joke on the internet that you should need to have a license to buy podcasting equipment, and that has never been a better idea than right now. If you've
I
spent
mean,
more than like a week on the internet, you've probably
that's
already come
kind of true.
across a terrible podcast at some point. Normally, it's something to the tune of three
Uh,
guys saying the most insane
oh
shit
my
you've
god,
ever
I
heard
don't
in
think
your
it's
life.
that loud. Sorry. I'm still understanding how to use the audio mixer from OBS. I will repeat that again though.
there's a show called Bluey that the dog dad I would his brains out.
Well, guys, I don't really like what we're talking about today. Every now and then, despite doing this for a living, I will see or
This
hear
will make
something
your
on
day
the
or night.
internet that genuinely leaves me speechless. And it is never in a good way. Podcasts in 2024 are a plague to our society. There's a sort of running joke on the internet that you should need to have a license to buy podcasting equipment, and that has never been a better idea than right now.
They got really good equipment though. I'm not gonna lie. Like those are really good. Like Sure is one of the brands I've been seeing on like even on Twitch, and like those are expensive stuff. But yeah, I'm like um but
If
if
you've
they
spent
have
more
the
than like a
money,
week on
go
the
for it.
internet, you've
Like I
probably
think
already come
it's
across a terrible podcast at some
as a song, like if you're making music though, I think you should invest in a studio or something. Oh my god, that would be so awesome, honestly. Like you can even do podcasts from there. Like you could make your own radio show or something.
point. Normally, it's something to the tune of three guys saying the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life. Either that or them dropping the most lukewarm takes
I
on
yeah,
sports. But hey,
oh
it's
my god, I feel
2024,
I
baby.
feel like I'm
Society is
this
inclusive,
kind of
which means that
person.
anybody can go onto the internet and start a podcast where they say things that should have never left the depths of their mind. Things like, I don't know, I like to twiddle my pussy to a cartoon dog. No, I am not
Uh,
joking. Today, we are taking a
that
look
is
at a clip from the Out of Bed podcast where a grown woman admits that she masturbates to the dad from Bluey. And yes, the one you're thinking of, the endearing show for children about a family of blue healers. Free speech might have been a mistake, guys. Now,
oh my
before you
god.
ask me what am I doing in my free time to come across
I mean oh my god. Person I believe I'm a woman. I'm a woman. But yeah. I think she kind from what I'm hearing now, it sounds like she just went too personal at this sort of stuff. I don't know. Why would you like Bluey is something made for children, but with some really valuable information that can be passed to children. I, I feel like she's me sometimes when I'm trying to learn something, but I look at the other detail, instead of actually, because yeah, I've realized that work, I think work is where I usually notice that, but yeah, bigger companies usually, outsourcing companies, I see this, um, they they basically what they call this? They basically they basically only teach you the basics, and like that's how they kind of do their work. There's always someone, like someone who has experience within the organization, but um yeah, this is the only thing we can teach you. The other things you're not supposed to learn or care about, which is fine. That's okay. But like, yeah, there are instances where it does affect your productivity and entirely the employee. Like, what am I for this fucking company then? That is how people start realizing that on a big organization, they're just a single number in millions, basically, which is, well, not millions, probably like thousands.
Stuff like this, I
That's
will
how they work.
explain. I learned of this from like a 30-second long clip I saw on Twitter, and I thought it was a joke. So I went to the original podcast, and no, this woman talks for about 5 minutes
my
in
God.
great detail.
I mean, yeah, I get Phil Dunphy. Yeah, he is a really funny, like, he's a sweet dad. Yeah, but yeah, let's see.
About how
I
the
don't want
dad
to.
from Bluey, who has found his home on Disney Junior, really gets her going. Privacy used to be valued, people. But since I'm sure many of you don't believe me because you still have an optimistic heart, I think it's time you see this for yourself. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
Yeah, easily.
There's a show called Bluey. Have you heard of
Oh, here we
Bluey? It's
go.
Australian
Is it the dog
cartoon,
show?
dog
I put it
show.
on for my dog when I leave the
Dude,
house.
okay, the dog dad, I would fucking fuck his brains out. The dog dad,
Okay, so we're gonna stop right there. So if you've never
That guy laughed because it was uncomfortable. It was too uncomfortable to hear that. Like, what the fuck?
seen Bluey, like if you have no idea what Bluey
Sorry,
is,
I'm
you might
saying
be
the
thinking
word.
like, well, maybe this dog is
Actually.
kind of hot, right? You might be thinking, whoa, let's hear her out. Maybe this dog is sexy. And you know what? Fair play. You might be picturing this like 6'4", chiseled, tall, dark, and handsome dog. He's respectful, he dresses nice, he smells good. You might be thinking, let's hear this lady out. But unfortunately for you freaks, no. It's literally just a dog. This is what it looks like. And this lady wants to ride him off into the sunset.
oh, okay, the dog dad, he's funny, he's kind, he's smart.
He's a
I
dog?
have never, yes,
Okay,
he's a
okay.
dog, and I have never been more attracted to anybody in my life.
Even the
And it
girls.
is a cartoon dog.
Bandit?
Just
Bandit.
that
Oh,
personality
Bandit.
does
Look.
matter.
Ooh.
Oh, he's such a good dad.
He looks like a dog version of Phil Dunphy.
Whoa now, I don't know who said that, but let's not start feeding this
Yeah,
woman's
that's
delusions.
the
No, it
thing, yeah,
doesn't.
they're-
It looks like a Blu-ray.
I think as humans, we all like, we're really, 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 like, we're really, really into connecting dots into other things. Like, yeah, I, I, I get what you're saying, and obviously the character would have been made. The idea behind the character would be like any other father, because that's how they reach the audience. But these girls should start realizing that. And yeah, like, I don't know. Because yeah, it's okay to be sexual. It's okay to be sexual at one point or another. But there is that line. There is that line where not anyone could be comfortable with it, you know?
Rectangle with basic geometric shapes for facial features. I literally
Sorry,
cannot imagine a less sexy thing than a cartoon dog in a children's show. And there's a grown woman dog in this show, so I went and checked. And guess what? She's not sexy. It's a dog.
Yes, you dog. Yes.
I haven't watched the show. I just put it on for River and then I leave the
That's
house.
gotta be it. He's a dog version of
But
it.
I'm gonna sit there with River tonight on a Friday night and be like, we're watching
Watch
Bluey, I
Bluey.
guess, buddy.
The dad is so funny,
Ew.
so kind, great father.
Doesn't that say something about, like, maybe she has something? I'm just speculating again. I don't want to say, like, this is like, I'm not anyone. I'm just a nobody. But yeah, I don't know.
Father, I mean,
It's
I've masturbated to him.
Yep, and that's when you know you need help. Yeah, that's when you check yourself in somewhere. Look, I understand that sexiness is a spectrum. Things that women find sexy are often not the same things that men find sexy and vice versa. For a lot of women, it's not always about physicality. Traits can be sexy.
Yep, exactly. I agree with what this dude is saying. Yeah, attitude, the personality. That's how you like get attracted to someone. It's not just the face. I mean, the face is the first thing, but there are people out there who looks behind what's in here. What's in here? I bet you the attractive people, because they've been through so much, like one like narcissist throughout their lives where they just or maybe charming people, I guess, like people with the riz, that's what they call them these days.
Being a good father can be
Fucking
sexy.
children
Totally
on
fine.
TikTok.
Makes sense. But this is a
Eesh.
dog. I know this is
damn.
hard for you to accept, but this is a cartoon
I'm
dog,
sorry, I don't
okay?
hate.
And you guys
no,
might be thinking, okay,
sorry.
well, maybe
Oh my
she's just
God,
attracted
why
to
am
the
I
actor.
thinking
No,
that
she's
we're
actually going to
kids?
address that directly in a
Sorry.
very mean way. She wants to fuck a cartoon dog.
Really?
I've masturbated to him.
Like, I'm so curious though. Is he a cartoon?
He's a
then?
cartoon.
Were you imagining you two together? Were you just
Babe,
masturbating to his
I
personality?
was masturbating to fucking him. You have to hear his voice though.
With
I was also
dog dick?
masturbating to his voice. Wait, can we play a clip of his voice? Because his voice is, the man who does his voice, ugliest man I've ever seen in my
Is it
life.
that guy?
The voice is good though.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, that is mean. Imagine if you're the. Oh my gosh. Imagine if you're the person here, like you're the voice talent that did that, and then you heard that. I mean, sorry to the first and foremost. I'm sorry that you had to hear that. Someone had to say something like that about you. But yeah, that's crazy. Wow, she's crazy. Like, I think she should lay down on the books for a bit, like, lay down on the Bluey for a bit. Maybe put her somewhere where there's no television, not even social media, because you can access those through, oh, no internet, like in the cabin in the woods, something like that. Like, yeah.
Cool. So you're not only an absolute freak, you're also an asshole. What a combo. David McCormick, a completely normal looking guy, is the ugliest man you've ever seen, says the dog fucker. Shouldn't really be surprised though, because I skimmed through this podcast and most of it is them just hating on other people's appearances. Like literally the first
Yeah.
10 seconds of this podcast is this woman saying that Sydney Sweeney looks like she has fetal alcohol syndrome, and if she didn't have boobs, she'd be a nobody. It's a really lovely podcast. These seem like great.
Well, she has big boobs. Oh my gosh, she's insecure. This girl, like, girl, if you want boobies, get some. Gosh,
People.
I wish
Like-
I have some. I wish I had bigger ones, but I'm not like.
Please get that for any guys you date.
Damn.
Oh, that's such
That's
a good idea.
that hoodie.
Yeah, that.
Oh, babe, I got your present. It's this hoodie. It's completely random. It's just blue, yellow, and black. I don't know
Yeah.
where it comes from.
and you
I
have to keep it on during sex.
don't know what it
This
reminds
is
me
the
of.
Bluey
Like,
dude.
Okay, so
see.
that's the.
oh Jesus Christ, Meredith.
But I know.
Okay, so in the nicest way that I can word this, this is what happens
That's
when you become
mean.
famous for no other reason.
That's mean. That's mean. God, what the fuck? Oh wow.
Than because people like to look at you. Everything in your world becomes about appearances to the point where you have no problem openly mocking a man because you don't like the way he looks.
I mean,
These
don't-
are
yeah.
grown adults. Youngest
I just want to say that, yeah, there are other cases where, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I think I've done the same thing to someone I really despise, like someone who, as far as I remember, it's from someone who did something back, like it's like a retaliation sort of thing. And yeah, that can happen. But yeah, unfortunately, we need to stop ourselves from doing that because it ain't good. It ain't good.
person in this room is 30, and they're sitting around like 13-year-old girls laughing at a guy because of the way he looks.
You know what, guys? Don't yuck my yums.
You know what, man?
You guys are.
Yeah, the guys are like, I think the guys on the on the what do you call this? on the back, the guys on the back are like, what the fuck?
I respect that.
You know the
Men-
funny part is,
There's actually a condition called I think there is indeed a condition where let me actually check that. Let me get that to I gotta search that. Yeah. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Wait, is it character bonding? Or was it attraction to animals? I think it's attraction, yeah, oh my god, I forgot what it's called, but let me see. Anim Autozoophilia, that's what it's called. And basically, oh no, no, what the hell? Why does it say image of oneself in a, or was it zoophilia? Okay, see, zoophilia is like a type of paraphilia, which is like sexual fixation on non-human animals. Bestiality, that's another term for them. And yeah, it's insane. That's disgusting. I mean, it's weird. I'm sorry.
your son.
I'm not, no, I'm don't want, no judgment to you guys. I'm so sorry, but how about the dog can't really consent like humans do, right? Like, I don't know. It's, yeah. I remember when I was younger, like, I, unfortunately, I came across, you know, how curious you are as a child. I mean, I've accessed the onion when I was like 16 or something, but yeah, when you're in the internet as a kid, you tend to wonder on weird things, and one of them was that it was like some website where they share footages of that. Yeah, it's so uncomfortable,
Son is
honestly.
instantly watching this.
Like you just feel weird. It's like this uncanniness where you just think, what the hell? Like you couldn't even question it. I couldn't question it. Like there some people are into plants as well, like nature stuff, I've heard.
I know, it's like hot and
Mine is, oh yes.
But that kills
I
two
know.
birds with one stone. That's
Yeah.
the most efficient way to get off.
yes, and I'm here. I mean, I'm there watching it with him. You know, I'm
Yeah,
invested
spending
too.
time.
I'm spending
Yeah.
time.
Better that than just like hate your life when you're watching cartoons the whole time. But I will say, man,
Maybe she should get friends who actually talk to her. Like, is something going on? Is something going on behind the scenes here? Like, is she a single mother or something? Is she and her husband okay? Because it sounds like she's putting that frustration into that character, that Bluey character. Like she's seeing something in this character that she's not seeing in her husband, and that's okay. Like, girl, it's okay for things to change.
get off to anime cartoon porn
Yeah.
all day, every day.
Do
and
you
that's-
really?
Of course.
Okay, well, let's dissect these last 30 seconds or so. First of all, saying the most efficient way to get off is by watching a cartoon with your child has got to be a statement worthy of getting you put on a list. Again, youngest person here is 30. And then trying to justify this absolutely insane situation by saying, hey, some guys watch anime porn, like there's no social stigma.
And yeah, by the way, I just want to clarify, it's okay to watch porn. It's okay to watch those stuff, you know? as long as the people you're watching consented to that work, they're getting paid handsomely, and they're doing it because they want to. Like, it's crazy they'd use that silly excuse to, like, children, to a children's show. I mean, like, ooh, it just gives me, I need my jacket. Just making me chill, like, or maybe this is the weather. And
Around.
then they go around judging men. So yeah, maybe this is something within them. Maybe the girl is okay, but you know, she needs to get, like, bypass some of the shadows before she
On that,
starts.
two weird masturbation habits don't make a right. And even if you are into that, cartoon porn
I just want to say, while porn is okay, excessive things can lead to bad stuff. So yeah, I just want to clarify that moderation is the key.
is porn. Bluey is Bluey.
But
What's it called?
we get post
Exactly, it was made for children with discussions targeted for children to understand, like, at their age, because obviously they don't think like we do as adults. They don't think like that. They just, yeah, they just know basic things. They dream of becoming an astronaut, an engineer, a lawyer, the things they watch on TV. Those are the things they want to dream of. Or I don't know, they could dream anything they want, but yeah, they don't think like that. Like, they don't think about the whole poo poo pee pee. Like, yeah, that's crazy.
net clarity.
Is it just,
Yeah.
is this called post-nut clarity for women too?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Is there a word for it that's not nut?
But it is the thing. I get what you're saying. I do feel gross after watching.
Yeah.
I'm like, that was perverted.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah, that's okay. Just move on, girl. You got your thing. You got it done. Go move on, girl.
Yeah.
Honestly, personally, like, I don't, yeah, I'm not like, I think there was a joke from, like, he was a comedian, but he said something about, I forgot his name, but he's Italiano, he's funny, I love him, but I forgot, sorry. He said something about watching, doing the thing, and yeah, he said it. Yeah, when you're actually when you get to the point where you have a partner where you could just physically do it, doing that will start to feel like a chore. Like, oh, this again, okay, something like that. So yeah, I don't know, I guess maybe some people here are feeling differently, but yeah, it's so much better to, like, do it with the person you obviously love.
And if you feel like that, like the sweetest, nicest person I know, men must just feel absolutely terrible about themselves.
Well, no, I don't think men feel bad about it. Do you think men feel bad about it, Carlos?
We have a room full of men.
No.
Okay, so this is not
What the
really
hell?
related to the whole Bluey thing, but I just want to step in here because this is so stupid. Carlos, being a bad ambassador here, they're talking about, like, watching hentai and feeling bad afterwards, and they're saying, do men feel like that? Do men get these feelings? As they are discussing what they should call post-nut clarity for women. Guys, what do you think post-nut clarity refers to? You can't make this stuff up. Oh, and then like 30 seconds later, the guy who said that post-nut clarity doesn't exist for men says that he hires escorts all the time, so, that kind of explains that away. But
That's sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why? Why? That is weird to say. Oh my god. I think he was just trying to be funny. I'm just gonna think about that.
Fortunately for us, that is where all of the Bluey talk ends, and I'm still kind of at a loss for words, not gonna lie. I had a completely different video planned for today, and then I saw this on Twitter, and I was like, okay, plans have changed. I consider myself a pretty open-minded person, but I mean,
Hey, that's a lot of content for him. That's more money. I mean, he could talk about it all he wants. People are watching him. More money, more opportunities, more capital, more dominance to the world. Money is oh no, it's not everything, but it can help.
some things you just don't say out loud. When you start referring to watching a show with your child as the most efficient way to get off, you've gone too far. Well, guys, what do you think? Has Meredith exposed women all across the world? Is this really what every woman secretly wants? The dad from Bluey? Based off the reactions that I saw on Twitter, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that this is not the case, and for the purpose of my own mental health, I'm gonna go ahead and just assume that I am right. Feel free to not correct me. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on.
I'll give this dude a thumbs up because he's funny, but like he's a pretty famous. Well, technically, no, well, not famous as a Taylor Swift, but I love Taylor. Sorry, but yeah. Ew, what the fuck is that? No, don't watch that. We shouldn't watch him because he he's big. He's a big dude. Like in terms of subscribers, please. Oh my god, my brain just goes to weird thoughts every time. Like it's so crazy. Next, oof, that was kind of disgusting, wasn't it? I might have to like. Oh, okay. We'll go to this. It's an AI generated movie. Basically, I don't know. It's titled Eno, I think. It's about Brian Eno. He's a famous famous he's a famous producer, yeah. Like music producer. He makes soundtracks, I think. And oh, okay, so he's a rock star and he did yeah, I'm not sure where I heard him. I've heard of him before. I couldn't tell though which song or which soundtrack. But yeah, they made this movie about him, and it kind of uses artificial intelligence, not to create the story but to basically shuffle basically this BBC News. It's from BBC News, but yeah, this will tell you how. And yeah, I'm just gonna mention other stuff later.
That version of the film was just for you, that will never be seen again anywhere else.
It's interesting.
At any other time.
This is documentary filmmaker Gary Hustwit. If you didn't catch that, he just said that his new film about Brian Eno, the one we all just watched, will never be seen again. It's not an error with the file or a mix-up in the screening. This is the intended result. That's because this film is being billed as a generative documentary, a movie that with the help of generative software can rewrite itself before every screening.
Like, we're so locked into this concept of film and television always has to be the same. It's linear, it's static, it never changes. That's a technical constraint that's from 130 years ago. We don't have those constraints with digital technology anymore, so why are we still sticking with them?
When you create something, you're doing this thing that humans are very good at, which is imagining.
For the uninitiated, Brian Eno is a bit of a legend. Not just for the music he's created, he's produced acts like U2 and David Bowie, but for his philosophy, his ideas about creativity, and how art can be made, particularly with the help of generative technology. In 2017, Click visited his studio to see him create some of his generative art up close.
This essentially never repeats in billions of years. It's constantly generating new images. Sometimes it does things that are so bafflingly fantastic, you think, gosh, I never would have thought of that.
A lot of the ways that Brian creates music and art are also reflected in the way we created the film, because we're not making a normal documentary where we craft each scene and, time it out. We're creating kind of a structure in software that will create our film.
You can think of it like this. Up here we have a pool of pre-cut scenes, hundreds of hours of never-before-seen archival footage, and exclusive interviews with Eno. Down here, we have an empty structure looking for pieces to fill up the slots. Some parts of the film are always the same. Pieces here are pinned in place. But for the rest, the software makes selections, slots them into place based on instructions from the filmmaker.
That I don't know about you guys, but I find that very interesting. Like, wow. It actually reminds me of um something that was previously introduced before. It's I don't know if you guys heard of um Netflix Bandersnatch. It's something called Branch Manager. I was previously looking into it. Um, so basically, this this movie Bandersnatch is an interactive movie. It allows people to basically people can um people can create the ending as much depending on the number of choices that they make throughout the film. It's usually just two choices, so you pick one out of two in several scenes, and basically each of those choices will have their own outcomes. Probably heard of it before, but yeah, it's kind of similar to this technology. They use something called Branch Manager, um, and basically that Branch Manager is a software. It's a software that allows them to um, create scenes and connections, similar to how algorithms work. Like, what happens if this is identified? You pick out of two choices. Okay, what if this happens? So it's a map basically of multiple scenes. And yeah, these are I've never really talked to Netflix about it because it seems like everyone is obviously into it already. But yeah, basically, say as because the way filmmaking works is they shoot it within a set of days. Like they have a script ready. Oh, sorry. Well, the script can take longer depending on really depending on how much money it can generate. That's how it works. But yeah, if someone makes a really good script, doesn't matter if it's bad or good, as long as it has that potential to make money. And so they yeah they start production, start hiring people. That will usually take around like a few months, depends, unless they have a person listed for the film already. But yeah, eventually they go to production, which varies to a few days depending on depending on the movie. uh but yeah, basically they do that. They do the whole they cut the whole script into different scenes. And yeah, the scene is like somewhere between like a few minutes, like 5 minutes, 3 minutes. And yeah, eventually they just combine it together. So the idea here is yeah, they had this whole scripts all together. Because it's a documentary, I'm assuming it's easier to like it's much more convenient, not really easy, but more convenient to actually portray the how the story works to the people because of the length of each interview. So I've never seen it. So unless they did something behind that, unless the technology also edits the soundtrack with the cutscenes, or because there would be also something, I think it's called B footage, but it's like those stock images you see on YouTube that people just they just subscribe some sort like a stock footage website and start thing things after one another. But yeah, that's I mean that's the best way I could explain it. It's really interesting, if anything, because it's similar to this but it's bigger in scale, like much larger, because just like the dude said, it can make a lot of sequences, like different realities. But yeah, it's like in a way it's like a shuffle in an album where each would have each could be understood. Each scene could be understood on its own. Unless, yeah, I guess I have to see it. But I don't know if I can. Because obviously, this is just like it said, it rewrites itself. So it will be different in every time that they release it. So yeah, it could create a new niche economy to the whole world of cinema. Imagine if movies or common movies could be built like that. Like, that's crazy. Like, would that, like, how beneficial or how negative could that impact the society? And in addition, how much memory, like the whole architecture, how are they gonna have to make that profitable from exhibitions like cinemas to the whole streaming platforms, because DVDs are gone now unless they could return that. So yeah, really interesting stuff here. um but yeah, I'm also fascinated with this branch manager that Netflix uses. It's really interesting. It shows where it shows Netflix ability to research things. Doesn't matter if it's good. What matters is you're putting it into the real world. That's how you actually see if it's good or bad. Anyway. Ooh. This Australian ABC is our it's from the federal government. But yeah, it's a news website. Kind of wanna watch Dream Jolly Girls.
If you ever had a
Yes.
chance to look inside the PE
was
supply
gonna,
closet of your school,
skip
you
that.
probably noticed all of the bright and fun, multicolored plastic stuff. There's wiffle balls, dodgeballs, basketballs, hula hoops that are bent in a few spots so that they're more hula shapes, the distinct smell of rubber kickballs, and those mesh jerseys that haven't been washed since 2002, and lots of other miscellaneous objects in between. I find it really interesting that even though these closets were full of pretty typical sports equipment, there were still a lot of other activities beyond just sports that padded out the school gym classes of the 2000s. In earlier decades, schools were seemingly a lot more focused on traditional fitness, with kids doing things like weightlifting and rope climbing, if not near acrobatics, in the middle of the school day. I mean, this looks like a military boot camp. These are teenagers. Why is everyone so muscly? I appreciate the idea of wanting to keep kids in shape, I guess, though I do feel like it was probably a lot easier to achieve this kind of standard when cosmic brownies hadn't been invented yet. Since the days of shirtless alphas in the schoolyard and gym uniforms that look like they're pulled straight out.
America. I think that's it's so funny because I'm seeing it in Costco, because Costco is owned by the US. It's a United States chain, which is actually a good way to shop. You know, it's if you think you could actually save a lot of money by just by itself buying non-perishable goods, like my boyfriend says. But yeah, oh, it's interesting. But yeah, I'm just shocked, honestly, at the portions. Oh wow, like why does it have to be twice? Everything has to be twice. Like honestly, personally, for me, um, because I in the Philippines, our country is much dense. Like you'd see multiple people living in this area technically, and yeah, that applies. Like cities are smaller. In a way, it's like Japan, because yeah, I can see the similarity in terms of shapes and all that. Much smaller, but yeah, um, in the Philippines, there's there's what they call sari-sari stores. Basically their own. It's not technically they're not profitable. I think they're not really profitable, but basically how it works is a person, which is like whoever owns that sari-sari store, purchases goods from the supermarkets. So the supermarkets, usually they sell like tiny packs because of how the Philippines work. The Philippines is unfortunately, despite its status at the moment, it's still it's still it's still there. It's still not there, unfortunately. And yeah, basically these sari stores will they usually operate like Monday, like every day, really 7 days a week. I think there's a movie Marosa, it's called, from the Cannes. It was introduced in Cannes, I don't know, but yeah, it talks about this person. They're a family. They're a family of, oh, it's a spoiler, but they're a family of they sell shabu. It's a type of drug. And yeah, basically, oh my god, I think I'm going on a fucking weird tangent here. But yeah, basically, that's how the sari stores work. They have to like do another business on top of that in order to profit, like loading and stuff, prepaid cards, like when you load them, and many other things that they have to do, like selling other goods. But anyway, where was I going? Yeah, the portions. Portions is really crazy because yeah, that's not something I'm used to. Like, if anything, like I'm never used to that. It's so crazy how so crazy how they exist because I'm in Australia because of how less the density is much bigger. Like they have, oh sorry, the density is much less, so there's less people in each like suburb, each square meter tile, blah blah blah. But yeah, because of that, it's much harder, I find, to do things by just walking. I don't know how it works in the United States, if someone could tell me. But yeah, Costco. Costco was shocking to me. But at the same time, that's really cool. But yeah, I think that that has an influence as to why like there are problems like obesity and stuff. At the same time, there are those other factors that involves, unfortunately, greed. Just pure greediness and like that ability to make money for the stockholder. It's so insane. It's a dilemma that they made. Anyway, let's go back to this.
Out of an Urban Outfitters, PE activities have gotten a lot more tame and creative, shall we say. In my experience, it was actually kind of rare that we ever did something as simple as just sit-ups or playing a sport, especially during elementary school, where the main goal was to keep our attention just long enough to tire us out before going back to class. For some reason, one of the first things that always comes to my mind when I think of PE and its colorful supply closet isn't a sport or an activity or anything that has much practical use outside of an elementary school gym. Because while the basketballs and the mysteriously greasy communal jerseys you might wear while playing with them are a lot more prominent, there's only so much you can really do with a sports ball. But at one point in time, someone, somewhere, amidst the greatest athletes, chattiest gym bros, and sportiest sports scientists, there was invented perhaps the most versatile piece of gym equipment known to man, that being the scooter board. For something that doesn't actually incentivize much traditional physical exercise, at my school, these bad boys were pulled out on the regular. And even though I have so many memories of sitting on these things, scooting myself along by sort of crab walking with my legs, I couldn't even really tell you what their main purpose was. I can say for sure that they were involved in a lot of obstacle courses or tag team games, which I really thought was an Olympic sport with the way we were kind of constantly being thrown into a new one every week during gym. And I'm sure that these things are good for getting kids excited about exercising and strengthening their hand-eye.
Oh, wait. Wow, that's really good stuff. Wow, I've never encountered that. Like back in the Philippines, when I was at my age, we were having to clean once a week in the class, like out of the 5 days. I mean, oh my God, oh my God, there's something like, wow, wow, wow. I'm jealous. Wow, white people stuff must be really good. Wow,
Coordination.
that sucks. Yeah, we were forced to fucking clean every. I remember it was usually Friday when I had to clean, and I would just. Some days I would just run. Like, run, bitch. Run. So fucking funny. Oh, and yeah. They would fucking put a list there. Like, they'd put a list. Like, it's a number of, like how many times you didn't attend do your cleaning job. And yeah, we'd have to pay by giving floor wax. That's what it was.
Or something. But I guess I want to know what they were specifically intended for. Obstacle courses, scooter races, rolling over your own fingers and crying to
I'm
the PE
jealous. I
teacher
want to
about
try
it,
that.
or if their ingenious
I wanna
design
try
was
that
always
now.
meant to just be generally multi-purpose. Because these things are so versatile, I think everyone has their own specific memories tied to them. Though apparently these were not necessarily an international phenomenon, which I unfortunately learned after mentioning what I thought was the universal experience of butt scooting around in gym class to my Australian partner, which he had never done, let alone even heard of the scooters before. I don't know if it is just an American thing, but after getting an outside opinion, I did realize for the first
Okay,
time
so it's
that
an
I guess
American
scooter
thing.
boarding was kind of a weird activity. I'm also realizing now while looking at pictures of other kids
I
that
wanna
did use
try
them that there was definitely more than one way to scoot, and sitting and crab walking with them
That's
might
so
not have even been the most common way, but I'll always associate these things
so cool.
particularly with butt
I want to
scoots.
try that
My school's
out.
supply closet also had, for some reason, multiple pairs of moon shoes, or probably some cheaper off-brand version that the funding could afford. I feel like these are definitely among some of the most well-remembered toys of the early 2000s because they're so random, yet they look so fun. These shoes will make you feel like you're on the moon, jumping as high as you could in space. If you were among the kids that desperately wanted their own pair of little foot trampolines because they seemed like the best footwear inventions of all time, right alongside Heelys and Skechers Shape-Ups, yet you were never able to actually try them, then I'm here to tell you, you really weren't missing out on much. I'm sorry to be the one to bear the bad news, or maybe alleviate your decades-old FOMO, but yeah, these things kinda sucked. Again, I'd sooner believe my school had some kind of cheap knockoff brand than the official moon shoes, so maybe that affected how they performed, not to mention that probably dozens of kids used
That
them on
probably
a regular
injured a lot
basis,
of
which
kids.
I doubt helped their springy moon jumpiness. In my humble experience, though, these did not live up to the hype. When I tried jumping with these things, it definitely didn't feel like I was jumping on the moon, or like I was jumping much at all, which was pretty disappointing. As for why these things were even used in my gym class to begin with, I couldn't tell you. They definitely seem like a piece of exercise equipment that someone probably thought was a modern and hip way to get kids active, but aside from maybe
Jeez.
not even working that well to begin with, the practicality here is kind of lost on me. I'm just imagining a
What the hell?
gymnasium
Oh, that's
full of 7-year-olds
uncomfortable.
wearing clunky plastic boxes strapped to their feet, bumping into each other and falling
That's
over left and right,
insane.
which seems like the inevitable outcome. I get the appeal to incentivize jumping as a form of exercise, but these seem like a solution to solve an imaginary problem. So that's a 1-star rating of moon shoes from me, and a rating to whichever school board exec pitched these to my small town elementary school, since they were mostly just then pitched to the supply closet. Even if the whole moon shoes thing was probably a bit more of a unique experience, what seems to surpass even the scooter boards as far as universal experiences go is the one and only gym class parachute. I'm yet again wondering if there was ever a true
Oh, wow,
intended
that's-
use for it, or if it was just one of those things that infiltrated the education system one day and no one ever bothered to question it after that.
What is
Looking
it
at
for?
you, moon shoes guy. It seems the most common parachute use was the old make it a balloon and sit underneath it like a tent method. It's yet another tool that seems like it has a relatively short list of uses, none of which are all that exercise heavy. I guess it doesn't really matter. If there's an exception to be made for PE
Oh, sorry. I have to hide my fucking face. It's annoying me just. Mm, 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 mm. There you go. Oh my god. It's my. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. I have to put it all the way back again because I don't think it was working. Sorry. Oh. Let's just adjust my microphone for a second. Why isn't it working? That's weird. Let me just fix that for a second. Um, I might need to. I think the whole capture thing isn't working from. And hanging on.
Shape closet of your school, you probably noticed all of the bright and fun, multicolored plastic stuff. There's wiffle balls, dodgeballs, basketballs, hula hoops that are bent in a few spots so that they're more hula shapes, the distinct smell of rubber kickballs, and those mesh jerseys that haven't been washed since 2002, and lots of other miscellaneous objects in between. I find it really interesting that even though these closets were full of pretty typical sports equipment, there were still a lot of other activities beyond just sports that padded out the school gym classes of the 2000s. In earlier decades, schools were seemingly a lot more focused on traditional fitness, with kids doing things like weightlifting and rope climbing, if not near acrobatics, in the middle of the school day. I mean, this looks like a military boot camp. These are teenagers. Why is everyone so muscly? I appreciate the idea of wanting to keep kids in shape, I guess. Though I do feel like it was probably a lot easier to achieve this kind of standard when cosmic brownies hadn't been invented yet. Since the days of shirtless alphas in the schoolyard and gym uniforms that look like they're pulled straight out of an Urban Outfitters, PE activities have gotten a lot more tame and creative, shall we say. In my experience, it was actually kind of rare that we ever did something as simple as just sit-ups or playing a sport.
Thank you. I am doing great.
Elementary school,
it's another day.
The main goal was to keep our attention just long enough to tire us out before
Where are you
back to
from?
class. For some reason, one of the first things that always comes to my mind when I think of PE and its colorful supply closet isn't a sport or an activity or anything that has much practical use outside of an elementary school gym. Because while the basketballs and the mysteriously greasy communal jerseys you might
I don't know.
playing with them are
Sydney,
a lot more
how's
prominent,
Sydney?
there's only so much you can really do with a sports ball. But at one point in time, someone, somewhere, amidst the greatest athletes, chattiest gym bros, and sportiest sports scientists, there was invented perhaps the most versatile
weather
piece
like
of
here?
gym equipment known
Yeah,
to
it's
man.
sunny
That
today.
being the
Like it's
scooter
cold.
board. For something that doesn't
Cold
actually
now.
incentivize much traditional physical exercise, at my school, these bad boys were pulled out on the regular.
I'm jealous of
and
this
even
stuff
though
though.
I have so many memories of sitting on these things, scooting myself along
I'm jealous
by sort
of that
crab walking with my
fucking
legs,
thing.
I couldn't even really
I
tell
never
you what
used
their
that.
main purpose was. I can say for sure that they were involved in a lot of obstacle courses or tag team games, which I really thought was an Olympic sport with the way we were kind of constantly being thrown into a new one every week during gym. And I'm sure that these things are good for getting kids excited about exercising and strengthening their hand-eye coordination or something. But I guess I want to know
Hand-eye
what they were specifically intended for. Obstacle courses, scooter races, rolling over your own fingers and crying to the PE teacher about it? Or if their ingenious design was always meant to just be generally multi-purpose. Because these things are so
Cutting
versatile,
edge
I think everyone has their own
Sportsmobile.
specific memories tied to them. Though apparently these were not necessarily an international phenomenon, which I unfortunately learned after mentioning what I thought was the universal experience of butt scooting around in gym class to my Australian partner, which
Butt
he had
scooting?
never done, let alone even heard of the scooters before. I don't know if it is just an American
What
thing,
is-
but after getting
Wait,
it
actually, let me check that. But scooting. What?
which he had never done, let alone even after mentioning what I thought was the universal experience of butt scooting around in gym.
Butt scooting? What is butt scooting? I hate this document sometimes. Butt scooting. What the fuck? It's
the
not
class
showing.
to my Australian partner,
What the
which
fuck is a
he had
butt
never
scooting?
done, let
What
alone
the hell
even
is that?
heard of the scooters before. I
Can
don't
you
know if
tell
it
me?
is
What
just
is
an
it?
American thing,
Like,
but
I don't
after
know.
getting an outside opinion, I did realize for the first time that I
the
guess
hell does
scooter
that
boarding was
mean?
kind of a weird activity. I'm also realizing now while looking at pictures of other kids that did use them that there was definitely more than one way to scoot, and sitting and crab walking with them might not have even been the most common way, but I'll always associate these things
Oh my
particularly
lord,
with butt
Jesus.
scoots. My school's supply
Oh
closet
my-
also had, for some reason, multiple pairs of moon
Okay.
shoes, or probably
don't know
some
how to
cheaper
react to that.
off-brand version that the funding could afford.
Like that?
I feel like these are definitely among some
What
of the
the
most
hell?
well-remembered toys of the early 2000s.
Oh yeah, this doesn't look
because they're
good.
so random, yet they look so fun. These shoes will make you feel like you're on the moon, jumping as high as you could in space. If you were
like
among the
fucking-
kids that desperately wanted their own pair of little foot trampolines because they seemed like the,
The
best footwear
effort
inventions of all
of the
time,
American
right alongside Heelys
people,
and
right?
Skechers
To like
shape-ups,
fucking
yet you were never able to actually try
make.
them,
Oh wow.
then I'm here to tell you, you really weren't missing out on much. I'm sorry to be the one to bear the bad news, or maybe alleviate your decades-old FOMO, but yeah, these things kinda sucked. Again, I'd sooner believe my school had some kind of cheap knockoff brand than the official moon shoes, so maybe that affected how they performed, not to mention that probably dozens of kids used them on a regular basis, which I doubt helped their springy moon jumpiness. In my humble experience, though, these did
What
not
the
live up
hell?
to the hype. When I tried jumping with these things, it definitely didn't feel like I was jumping on the moon, or like I was jumping much at all, which was pretty disappointing.
Yeah, I would say
As for
yeah.
why these things were even
That's
used
fair.
in my gym class to begin with, I couldn't tell you. They definitely seem like a piece of exercise equipment that someone probably thought was a modern and hip way to get kids active, but aside from maybe not even working that well to begin with, the practicality here is kind of lost on
Yeah,
me.
I
I'm
mean,
just
look at that
imagining a
lines
gymnasium
on the
full
thing.
of 7-year-olds
I was just
wearing
saying a
clunky
while ago
plastic
again.
boxes strapped to their feet, bumping into each other and falling over left and right, which seems like the inevitable outcome.
Yeah, it looks
I
dumb.
get the appeal to incentivize jumping as a form of exercise.
You're
but
supposed to
these
wear the
seem like a solution to
shoes.
solve an imaginary problem.
I don't get it.
So
You
that's
know,
a
like it
1-star
doesn't
rating of
even
moon
look
shoes from me, and a
like a waste of
rating to
money. It looks
whichever
like a waste
school
of
board
money,
exec pitched
honestly.
these to my small town elementary school, since they were mostly just then pitched to the supply closet. Even if the whole moon shoes thing was probably a bit more of a unique experience, what seems to surpass even the scooter boards as far as universal experiences go is the one and only gym class parachute. I'm yet again wondering if there was
It's
ever
so
a
nice
true
though.
intended
Like
use
I
for
like
it,
this
or
one.
if it was just one of
But
those
yeah,
things that infiltrated
kinda
the
right.
education system
Like,
one
what is
day,
it
and
for?
no one ever bothered to question it after that. Looking at you, moon shoes guy. It seems the most common parachute use was the old make it a balloon and sit underneath it like a tent method. It's yet
Yeah,
another
and?
tool that seems like it has a relatively short list of uses, none of which are all that exercise heavy. I guess it doesn't really matter. If there's an exception to be made for PE activities that aren't actually very physical, it's gotta be for the parachute. Even if just for it being fun to look at. As much fun as general parachute usage was, though, nothing could ever hold a candle to the great cultural phenomenon that is Field Day. Field Day at my elementary school was an all-day outside event that the whole school went to, and it really was the event of the year. I'm sure the setup varies between schools, but I always experienced it as a huge circle of different activities set up around the outdoor track where
Oh,
we'd
what
shift
the-
around every 30 minutes until we reached the end. Were a lot of the activities way
I was thinking it was like some sort of like sports fest. I guess that's something
lamer
else.
than the few that were
But-
the most popular? Of course. And was
This
it
looks like product after product, like salesman.
excessively
I'm
hot and
saying
sweaty
that's
so
a
that it actually
salesman.
wasn't that fun anymore
Also,
by the
by the
end?
say, I mean, I guess the
But it was
basketball.
better than being inside and crying over long division, so it was all worth it. Plenty of the games were pretty simple, like egg and spoon races, ring tosses, and hula hoop hopscotch, but the volunteer PTA moms who would run each game were trying their best, so I guess I can't be too harsh of a critic. Even more obstacle courses
Oh,
and
the
tag
bums.
team
Wow.
races were usually some of the bigger hits, and you better believe there was always an appearance from some of the most coveted gym equipment, like the butt
The
scooters
hell?
and the moon shoes, and even those sitting bouncy balls during some games. Though what everyone at my school always looked forward to the most was the water games. Even if it was just running through
I
a
mean, yeah,
sprinkler,
that's
which
cool.
I guess isn't actually much of a game, at the end of the day, it didn't really matter
I was
what
guessing it
games
would.
field day had in store because the main appeal overall was that it didn't have any learning involved, and it was just a day to
Yeah,
have
it's
fun
the
and
water.
forget
It's
all of your
fun.
troubles. Troubles like the pacer test.
What pacer test?
The pacer test. An infamous piece of American culture that almost needs no explanation, yet that I will give one anyway.
Oh.
Apparently, PACER is actually an acronym that stands for Progressive Aerobic Cardiovascular Endurance Run.
Oh my
And,
god, another piece of bullshit. Oh my god, another piece of bullshit that the fucking business people were selling to these fucking schools. That's insane. Wow. The minds of the fucking America.
obnoxious and somewhat unnecessary.
They could have just watched a fucking, I don't know, just buy an ordinary Zumba video class or like learn it yourself. Oh my god, that is so.
Acronym that really matches the
Oh my god.
energy of the test itself. I always assumed
Are the teachers even doing this pacer test? Like, I don't know.
PACER
The
meant
teachers should do it too, honestly.
that the test revolved around pacing yourself and that it was possible to complete if you just timed it right. I'm sure the evil voice that gives the instructions in the beginning probably explains against that, but still, it's a bit of a misleading name.
What a
The
waste of
amount of
money.
memes and copy pastas spread around based on this monstrosity of a test pretty much says it all. But if you never encountered the PACER test or only know it from the memes and wonder why so many people talk about it,
Why is
allow
there
me
no?
to describe this
What about the
experience to you.
teachers? Why are they
You start
doing
on
it?
a line at the edge of the gym, with all of your other unassuming, single-digit aged classmates around you on the same line. The evil, or I guess pretty normal sounding, but evil intentioned voice explains the rules over the CD player, and then
I need to be for a second. I also have a new AFK thing. But yeah, I'll be right back really fast. Hey, I'm back. So this is probably gonna be the last video I'll put on before I take
And
another
you
break
hear it.
because
The beep.
my
Every time you hear this beep, you
grandmother-in-law
switch to
is
the middle
coming.
line of the gym, and
Mhm.
each time the gap between beeps gets shorter and shorter. If you've never ran the pacer test yourself, this probably doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Maybe it even sounds easy. And during my first pacer test, I bet I even thought the same thing. But there's a reason that it's become a meme, and it's not because it was ever very funny.
End of level 1.
In the beginning, you can make it between the lines short enough to talk with your friends as you leisurely fast walk and stand around for a few seconds before the next beep. Whoever chose to make it start off so slow and nonchalant was definitely making a malicious decision to lure us into a false sense of security. Because while it does start out slow, in the wise words of the funny Shrek song, the beeps then just keep coming and they don't stop coming. It gets faster and faster until there's barely enough time for you to touch your toe to one line before the shrill beep from hell commands you to sprint right back to the other one. Even though you're not really a runner because you usually spend all your time on the computer playing Webkins. Even though the beeps still just keep coming. Even though the 2008 smash hit song Burnin' Up by the Jonas Brothers perfectly describes your lungs as you struggle to run. You keep making your way from one line of the gym to the other. But finally, after a long and challenging battle with your lack
That sounds cruel. What
of endurance and will to
Why would
survive,
you do
you
that?
eventually turn in.
That's not. That's. It's like torture. Wow. Wow, that's so mean. Like, how would you? Oh wow. Oh wow, that is
Having given it all you had, making it
crazy.
all the way to level.
Do they have something for the kids with you know, disabilities? I'm sorry, not special need. Oh, not special. What do they call? Yeah, people with needs. Like,
6 out of like 20. And then you watch the PE teacher write down a number on a clipboard that makes you feel bad about yourself, sit down on the bleachers, watch as the rest of the kids continue to run, and think about your life. It does seem like the worst part of the pacer test wasn't just how hard it was, but that it made you feel bad if you didn't make it to the end, which most people rarely did. The super casual instructions in the beginning and the easy beginning stages make it feel like you should be able to keep going, especially when all of your classmates are testing at the same time so that everyone can see each other fail an almost impossible challenge. If you're one of the few kids that did ever manage to successfully complete the pacer test all the way to the end, you deserve a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm still very impressed. Alongside such medieval torture methods like the pacer test, there were other tests
yeah,
that
that
judged
sounds
how well we
harsh.
performed
Like,
physically.
wow.
The stretching box is
I
one that I
couldn't.
guess wasn't
That's
that bad
crazy.
in hindsight, but still felt embarrassing to have to do it in front of all your friends. The same went for how many sit-ups you could do in a minute, and of course,
yeah,
who could
those are-
forget the classic make kids dangle from the pull-up bar for 30 seconds in front of the whole class because their little twig arms aren't strong enough to do an actual pull-up test. Not that I would know anything about that one. But among such,
I think as children, they should be already taught the responsibility of, like, you know, I'm assuming the teacher taught them the PE stuff needed. So yeah, it's
barbaric and theatrical.
honestly, I feel like that pacer test is just lazy teacher tactics, honestly. Like, why would you do that? Like, if they were really good at their job, they would actually do that pacer test themselves. But I bet you they couldn't. I'm telling you. It's crazy that they'd even. I'm just mad, honestly. Like, I'm kind of upset just thinking about that. It's like making fool of children. Like, how would you expect a child to be like? Is this a fucking? Oh, oof. That's crazy.
perform.
And yeah, I know why they did this, because they made money out of it. They had to make money out of that. They had to like excuse that bullshit into a lot of things that revolves around money, saving money, so more children could. It's lazy, lazy. Let me just call it that. Honestly, like, why would you even, like, who even approved this? That's dumb. Because I'm calling it out now. It's dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. I'm just really pissed. Like, even my PE teacher in high school wasn't this harsh. Like, I mean, I get the push-ups and all that, but yeah, he was always like, okay, for girls, or if you couldn't do it, you can. Or yeah, it's because sport PE is more than just the physical fitness. It's more on the mindset, the sportsmanship, the leadership. That's the important bits. Being able to assemble a team where you work together.
Performances. There was yet another test that my school held every year, but
I mean, it
this
even
one was
happens in
different than the
games,
rest. This
video
wasn't
games.
just
I
some
mean,
weird
like team
standardized
games.
fitness assessment that compared kids and ruined their self-esteem for a grade. It did still test and compare us to each other, but this time the prize was popularity, status, and glory. There was this program that extended to my whole district where each year kids would compete against each other in what was essentially the elementary school Olympics. There were different categories like a 100-meter dash, basketball, long jumping, and in each school kids
So
would
cute.
compete for the best time or score in their
I like those
category.
dogs.
And if you had the best score in your school, you were known as a pretty cool kid. Because after becoming a
Wow.
local legend, you then moved on to the ultimate competition. All the kids from each
Wow.
school, grade level, and category got to skip school for this epic event that was probably just held at some local soccer field, where the best of the best competed against each other for first place. I'm sure this is yet another
Oh
case
my
of things that
God,
seemed
that's
way cooler
crazy.
and more important in my head when I was younger, but at least when I was 8, this was a huge deal. And I managed to finally find my own PE success story in these elementary school Olympics, in a little category
Good
called
job.
speed rope.
Wow.
By the time I was old enough to try
What's
out,
speed
I had
rope?
watched Jump In plenty of times, and my sister also competed in the
Oh,
speed
okay,
rope
so
category
jumping
a
rope.
few years before
that
me.
what it
So
is?
you could say that this was my calling in a way. I made it my personal mission to qualify too, for my reputation, the family
Oh my God,
legacy,
I have a
and for
dandruff
Corbin Blue. I know it all sounds
Oh, yeah,
a
I-
little dramatic,
yeah, I like
and
his hair,
it was,
honestly.
but I just don't think
I'm
it can
sorry,
be
I keep
understated how
calling out
seriously
their
I
hair,
took
but
this
it's
whole
so
thing.
nice, honestly.
I
Like
was
that,
so
that
nervous
thick
and even
hair.
a little shaky when I went to perform in front of the judges, aka
That's like
jump rope kind of
waterproof
fast
hair.
for some underpaid gym teachers. But I guess my dedication and complete lack of training of any
Yes,
kind
Corbin,
actually paid
yeah,
off.
Corbin
because,
appreciates
spoiler
that.
alert, I got in.
Wow.
I wasn't just faster than the other
Yes,
entries, but the
girl.
fastest speed roper in
Mhm.
my entire grade.
Yes, girl.
No, I don't know how many other kids tried out. I don't see how that's relevant.
It doesn't
I
matter.
will say though that I probably
Name
got
it.
a little too gassed up from being
girl.
fastest little third grader at my school because when it came to the district competition day, I mostly only remember the blur of really tiny
Oh,
little
wow,
legs
that
of
must be
girls that were much
challenging, yeah,
faster
for
than me,
real.
and I walked away that afternoon with just
Yeah,
a
that
participation
pressure.
ribbon. R.I.P. to my bold yet short-lived dream of being a professional speed roper, which I'm sure is totally a real thing. Even though I was beaten so badly at the epic elementary school Olympics, I did still kind of hold on to the idea that jump rope was like my thing for a little bit too long after. So when Jump Rope for Heart rolled around, I was pumped. Jump Rope for
Jump
Heart
Rope
is a
for
fundraising
Heart.
program that raises money for the American Heart Association by teaching kids how to
Ah.
jump rope to stay healthy. But it wasn't just
I
jump
guess
rope.
that's a good
they
way.
really wanted to make it look as cool as possible to get the
Oh.
most out of all of us impressionable kids. So they would show these videos of kids doing these sick jump rope tricks.
Let me guess. They did a competition where like the longest person, like, that scene in what movie is that? That movie about the cult? Midsummer, was it?
tricks and jumps and stuff. It
Look, where
definitely
did Never
worked in
Stop
making everyone
Dancing?
want to join in because kids are
Or the
relatively
May
easy to
Queen?
impress. At least they
Oh
were
wow,
when I
that's
was
cool
in
though.
school. Not to sound like a boomer, but I feel like in the age of Mr. Beast and Peter Griffin and Fortnite, a 480p video of jump rope tricks probably doesn't really have the same effect anymore. And if the sick tricks weren't
Mr.
enough,
Beast
Jump Rope
doesn't
for
have
Heart
a
also
fucking-
had prizes you could earn by reaching certain donation goals, not unlike
Ah.
another type of school fundraiser you're maybe familiar with. While the prizes were probably just as
Good.
cheap, if not even less exciting, obviously this time it was for a good cause, and
What is
the effort
that
to get
fucking
kids
ball
excited
in the
about
parachute
exercising was an
shit
added
for?
bonus. While they were still relying on kids to knock on their neighbor's door and just randomly ask for money, I feel like it probably went over a bit better when the sponsor was the American Heart Association, instead of the buy our cookie dough for your school or something so your kid can ride in a limo, guys. There was also Hoops for Heart, which was basically the basketball version of the same thing. I don't think I was quite as excited by Hoops for Heart though, because jump rope is admittedly a little more accessible as a skill, especially for beginners, and all the cool b-ball tricks they showed all the kids for the campaign looked admittedly way cooler, but also way harder, so I think I cut my losses pretty early with that one. I do still wonder how successful any of these fundraisers were, because even though the cause is more charitable, they still don't have a limo ride or money-blowing machine, so I hope that didn't
Oh, that
totally blow their
money-blowing machine
campaigns.
looks
While I
nice.
wasn't the most
I wanna
for
try that. I
traditional
wanna try
sports
that.
or
I heard there's
apparently
a
most
tactic,
physical
like
exercise
strategy.
in general, when bowling lessons rolled around, I
Ooh.
was all in.
Oh wow, that's
Alongside
fun.
games like dodgeball with those
Oh
child-safe,
yeah, dodgeball is
squishy
fun.
foam balls that some kids could still manage to bruise you with, and of course anything involving what was basically just a toy.
Yeah, it would be an excuse. Oh my god, I remember when we did dodgeball. They didn't use those shit ball. It wasn't soft. It was a soccer ball. It was a fucking soccer ball. They were throwing us a fucking soccer ball. I mean, imagine the fear.
Disguised as
Ooh.
exercise, like the moon shoes or the scooters, bowling was one of the most fun gym activities there was. I think my brain has been permanently altered to associate bowling with Wii Sports since 2006, and that paired with bowling at an elementary school age mostly being a birthday party exclusive activity made bowling days feel like such a treat. The way they rolled out the yellow carpets so that each group had their own private makeshift lane felt so
My mother-in-law is here.
extravagant,
Oh,
even though the
Sorry, my mother-in-law is here, so I'll have to cut this really quick, but I'll be right back. I might take a little long though, just so that I could show face to her and like check in on them as well. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Karma's a bitch. I should have known better. I'm back. I don't know why I felt like singing that, but yeah, I'm inspired by JoJo today. But yeah, they're gone. They're gone for a bit, but yeah, I couldn't really speak like I don't know. I don't think I could I'm get really shy around people I don't know, honestly. Like I get really shy. So yeah, I'm sorry if like yeah, that took a while, I know. You can hate me, whoever is here. You guys can hate me, I know that. I understand. I understand it all. I'm so sorry. But here we are again. We're gonna continue seeing the rest of this video. It's about 2000 PE class was weird from what's her name again? Dream Jelly. There. Dream Jelly. Dream Jelly is her name. Anyway, yeah, let's go.
The reality was just a bunch of children rolling rubber balls down strips of dirty carpet in the middle of the gym. Along with the actual act of bowling, my school also tried teaching kids how to properly keep score while playing. I guess that does give it some extra education points, but if there were ever a time to pull the "when am I going to use this outside of school" card, I feel like learning to manually keep score on a bowling card is an appropriate time. Don't get me wrong, it's great to actually teach rules and mechanics of a game, but learning how to roll the ball straight or roll it at all instead of chucking it across the dusty yellow carpet definitely seems like a bigger priority. And rolling it in a straight line is way harder than it seems, okay? Well, it was for me, at least. It turns out that I just have weird double-jointed arms that make straight throws always just a little bit bent. Definitely think this had a hand in never making me feel like I could pursue bowling outside of a birthday party. I'm just gonna retroactively also blame my lack of skill in basketball and speed rope on the slight irregular bend of my arms, so that I feel better about my small failures. I don't know how much of my current state of physically inept, chronically online YouTuber was influenced by my elementary school gym classes, but I feel like it must have affected me a little bit. Even when things felt a little abstract or unorthodox, pretty much every PE class was guaranteed to be at least a little fun as a kid because it just felt like an extra recess. I have no idea what modern gym class is like now,
Yeah,
but
true.
I hope that
I mean,
kids
yeah.
are still getting to
I think like we have a sports festival every year in school, and yeah, that was just like I just joined a random sport, like just stay like just be there as a reserve, something like that. It's just a reserve or something, and yeah, basically you do that and you do that, and basically after that you get you're free. You're free to do whatever you
experience
want.
things like field day and rubber bowling
Until
and
the,
their
the
first
day
taste of
comes
defeat in
when
something
it's
that's not even
awards
really
night.
considered a sport, because not everything has to be educational. And best that they're encouraged to stay active at a young age so that hopefully they won't get too attached to the internet and computer games while they're still young and end up becoming a YouTuber like me.
Oh my god.
Always remember to keep scooter
Like
boarding,
us,
kids.
like me. Oh my god. I'm not even making
Hi, welcome to
money.
Jelly TV.
Oh my
Where I shout out a
I'm a
video that I think
loser.
deserves some love. I recommend watching The Downfall of
kidding,
Boomerang by Lula Loopsy. Boomerang is one of those channels that I feel like no one really talks about, yet that had such a prominent place in early 2000s TV. Lula Loopsy does a great job in covering it all by really diving into the cartoon lore, the channel's history, and its controversies. If you have a soft spot for cartoons like I do, or you just want to learn about the antics of
Never
a
heard
forgotten
of-
TV network,
I don't think that was, or maybe I wasn't alive then. Oh, he got a lot of views in 4 days. Oh, seems like it's gonna be a no because you know, too big. Anyway. Ooh, I love drum. Oh no, she's big. That bitch is big as well. I guess we could. Oh my god, toxic influenzas. Oh my god.
Good morning. Welcome back. You ever just have a
Oh
bad
no,
day?
I've seen this one. I think I've seen this one. Um, how about this one?
A growing number of Australians looking for love on dating apps are being courted by scammers who swipe their money instead.
She said, "No, Randy, this is actually for my boyfriend, who I've met about 12 months ago." And I asked her, "How did you meet?" And she said, "I met through Tinder."
Randy Diaz recently
Oh my
stopped an 80-year-old
gosh.
customer from transferring her life savings to a con artist who'd been grooming the elderly woman for almost a year.
She was embarrassed, and it was heartbreaking to see that change in her.
Scams like this have soared by 29% in the past 12 months, fleecing Australians of more than $33 million in 2023 alone.
The money is always inevitably for one of two things. It's to assist them in a crunch situation, or, which is a very popular one, it's for them to get to you.
The main red flags to watch out for are when strangers befriend you and then ask for money, or ask you to accept a cash transfer and send it on to another account. Be wary of those who refuse to video call or reveal who they are, and avoid invitations to invest in schemes from parties you don't know. Some scammers even offer to send you money now too.
Because you've got a clean, legitimate long-term bank account to then send that money usually outside the country.
Christy Mayer, 7 News.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Oh my God. Like, I'm just thinking about it and like, that's insane. Like, think about it. Like, 12 months. That's how long they have. Like, it's similar to like doing a cyber attack in a way, because like they obviously have to do research on their people, like on their victim. And wow, it's ridiculous that they're using Tinder. I think there was a Netflix documentary about the same thing as well. Like it's Tinder Swindler as well, it's titled. But yeah, girls and boys even, like, we should be more careful as to who we're swiping and interacting with on the internet, because you know, you never know. You never know. And yeah, be more secure about how you share your data. Like, I find that having accounts for everything definitely helps, like email accounts. Like, I don't know about you guys, but yeah, and two-factor authentications really help. Oh, he's Aussie.
This
this
video
dude.
is on a topic chosen by my patrons, and once again, they've demonstrated that they have the
Once
tastes of a
again.
rural pensioner. They want a video on the prices at Woolworths
Yeah.
and Coles. Look.
I just want to say, yeah, they're actually right. Like, it's crazy what Coles and Woolworths are doing, and Woolies, that's what they call them. But yeah, it's crazy because we're experiencing it ourselves. What really got to my head was when they what really got into my head, like what actually made me question all of this, was when they were introducing collectibles. like what the fuck is that for? Basically recently they introduced this Pokemon stuff. It's like a Pokemon set, and basically you could collect 30, I think, and then you'd have to buy a case for them, or I think they're free. But yeah, basically they're encouraging the consumers to spend, and given that it's only two giants in here that dominates the whole market, and I think there's more to it as well. They have anti-competitive behavior, that's what it's technically called. But yeah, this dude, this Friendly Jordy's dude, oh, he's kind of big, but yeah, he made something about like gambling as well. New South Wales, because
Happy to
that's
be a
also
current
an issue in Australia. But
affair. I'm more than happy to be a current affair. But don't start whinging when I turn up on your doorstep with a camera right in your face. His neighbours say that all he does is eat frozen, ready-made meals, play video games, and occasionally obsess over Twitch streamers with large cans. Meet the neighbour from, well, not from hell, but that is a limbo life if I've ever heard of one. Okay, I probably shouldn't pay
Jesus.
you out for giving me money. Please continue to do so, which I know is getting harder because of the price increases at Woolies and Coles. Yeah, I know where my $6 white bread is buttered. You guys, thanks for tuning in. Now, look at this graph about the price of bread. It's gone way above inflation and way above the price of grain increases. It has increased 24.3% in a few years. When, from wheat price increases, it should have only increased 0.75%. Unbelievable. Look, you fucking asked for this video, alright? Don't complain. Four Corners took a break from their usual schedule of groundbreaking investigations that ask the tough questions such as, why do the sexual demographics of the AFL represent this table at Toddy's Bondi? And part 23 into our in-depth investigation on Are Boys in Private Schools
oh yeah, I've
horny
seen this
pervs?
one.
Don't you think they should change the name of Four Corners to Four Fuckheads? However,
Oh my god, I actually watched those shit, and I'm questioning it myself, because yeah, it feels like they're just talking about rich people stuff. Like, I don't know, like, why aren't they talking about like the common people problems? It's weird.
to the fuckheads' credit, they kinda did something.
Like the real estate market, gouging on the rent just for fucking. And they fucking put their fucking faces on motherfucking large ass motherfucking. Oh my god, that pisses me off, honestly. Like, why? Like, do you think I like to look at your fucking face when you're selling properties? Like, do you?
Thing that wasn't culture war-y for once. Don't
didn't
worry,
mean to.
it was still extremely boring. They had that going for them. They did a piece on the practices
mean
of
to
Coles and
do
Woolies,
that.
but before I pilfer it for the content of this video, I have to make this point. Four Corners used to be the premier investigative journalism outlet of Australia, sending journalists to remote conflict zones to uncover secret massacres, exposing links between organised crime with the political class, toppling governments. Now it's like shorter philosophy tube episodes over and over again. Here are the existential and cultural anxieties of elite Gen Xers for 40 minutes every Monday. And we still think we're better than 60 minutes. Thanks for paying for it, Australia. Look, it's not entirely like Philosophy Tube. It doesn't have the cool single white female element of completely impersonating and stealing the identity of ContraPoints that we all love. Fuck, that would be good though, wouldn't it? One day the reporters all start dressing exactly like Shari Markson just to freak her out. That being said, on a good day, you'll get a dry 40 minutes on the price of milk. Go Four Corners, exposing how Coles and Woolies, shockingly, keep their profit margins high, and the tactics they use to do so are, you ready for this? Raising prices for consumers more than the amount of supply.
Yeah, we just just for evidence, we compared, because Costco has a rotisserie chicken as well, which is actually much bigger, much more delicious. Like, it's much more meaty. I can taste the actual meat inside the chicken, where Coles sold theirs for like $5 more or something. It's insane. Like, what the fuck is that for?
Buyers raising their prices on Coles and Woolies. Ooh, yeah, it's important to talk about that. Maybe to shame supermarkets into reeling their prices in, but it's pretty obvious as well, isn't it? I swear to God, the only people in Australia who don't increase their prices above supply chain levels are Vietnamese bakeries. And that's why I live on a diet of Neenish tarts and chicken rolls, and even when they do raise their prices on those chicken rolls by 30 cents to keep up with inflation, don't worry, I still complain. We already know that Coles and Woolies have some of the highest
That's where he makes money.
profit margins for supermarkets in the world. The question is, what can be done about it? I'd like to put forward a few solutions, personally. Number one, beating up as many supermarket workers as you can, so Coles and Woolies have to pay excesses in insurance, thus reducing their profit margins. Who said the workers' struggle was ever going to be easy? Number two, pretending to be confused and going to the toilet in the fruit and veggie stalls. Where's the toilet paper? This is COVID all over again. Oh, well, how was I supposed to know it was a half melon? It looks like a porta potty to me. Number three, we promote as many obscure far-right influences as possible so more people refuse.
Should I go back? Oh my god.
Used to eat soy, Bugman, GMO.
At some point. It's one of the things I'm wondering about, like, because I do want to study in Australia. Technically, Australia has a good university in terms of like ranking. So back when I was younger, I was thinking about that. So, but yeah. You see this white people shit, and I'm like,
oh, food.
Are you serious? Are you serious? But no comparison. I don't
live
want
off
to compare.
exclusively.
It's all valid. What we are all experiencing is valid.
Protein supplements. And here you were thinking I was going to suggest shoplifting. Seriously, how uncreative do you think I am? Plus, supermarkets already take into account a certain amount of stock loss from Adelaide's girls with BPD and nervous inner west DJs whose one act of resistance is pushing the wrong buttons on the self-checkout. Fight the power. By the way, if you have BPD and you're upset by that joke, all I can suggest is that you calm down and shut up. Otherwise, everyone you love is going to abandon you if you keep carrying on like that. Unfortunately, the Albanese government's solution was ordering the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, to undertake a year-long inquiry into price increases. But here's a fucking inquiry for you, Alba. How about you go into a bloody supermarket instead of a Qantas lounge for once, mate? Don't worry, they also ordered a review of the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. Oh yes, I was very familiar with that before this video. Apparently that's the thing. A voluntary code which is meant to ensure that supermarkets do as Vorsh and Destiny insist upon in Twitch debates, act in good faith. But it clearly hasn't worked. Look at this video.
Half
Oh my
price
God.
was $19. No, it wasn't. $16.10. You absolute assholes.
Coles, blatantly building strawman prices only to take them down. What would Vorsh think, eh? Anyway, us everyday Aussies don't need to wait for these inquiries to know we're being ripped off. I tried to buy ingredients for a simple lobster thermidor the other day. It was fucked. The Australian Council of Trade Unions commissioned Alan Fells, the former chairman of the ACCC, to do an inquiry into price gouging, and it found what the OECD and Australia Institute have also found, which is inflation is being driven by corporate gouging, using the cover of external events like, oh, supply chain disruptions, and how's this one? The war in Ukraine. Yeah, that increases prices more than justified, sure. It does a little bit, but shut up.
Like,
the report recommended...
First of all, these fucking bullshit, like these fucking companies are relying on mostly local sources, so
some pretty stern implementations. They recommended that Australia introduce a divestiture law. You know what that is? That is a law that would allow for big businesses to be broken up when a court finds that they've contravened competition law. I mean, it's no shitting in the kale section, but it's a start. It also recommended making it an offence to charge excessive prices, banning non-compete clauses, allowing for secondary boycotts if they don't substantially lessen competition, making the Food and Grocery Code mandatory and enforceable, along with a bunch of other smaller and boring but smart and useful shit that I can't be bothered repeating. And I know you wouldn't expect this from me, but I really like these recommendations from a union commissioned inquiry and really hope that Labor implements as many of them as possible, especially when the worst consequences these companies face at the moment is a stern episode of Philosophy Tube. Sorry, Four Corners, where the CEOs of Coles and Woolworths still just blame shit like the price of wheat for their exorbitant prices. So you got to give four fuckheads credit where it's due. Well done for keeping the camera on the CEO of Woolworths as he trips himself over and smashes his face into the pavement. The only other option is we start treating food like a luxury good, you know, shit that derives its value from the very fact that it's exclusive and expensive. You've got a Birkin bag. Well, I've got a loaf of Wonder White. You've got a super limited Supreme brick. Well, I've got a McCain frozen Supreme pizza.
Oh, my boyfriend loves
You'd all be
that
less
shit.
fat
Oh
for
my
it.
God.
And maybe we'd learn to treasure food more.
Like, honestly, I'm just eating it like... I'm kidding.
Plus, think about all the money you could make on the resale market. I know we all want to shit on Coles and Woolworths because it's easy to rage at the price of food to justify shoplifting. Fun too. But I also think that forcing them to rein in their profits won't be enough. Real wages need to increase. And the price of bread reducing will only play a part of that. Our real wages have only just begun recovering after a sustained period of decline under the Liberals. When they left office, real wages, think about this, they were falling at a rate of 3.4%. They're finally moving in the right direction, not by enough yet. And as economist Lee Van Onselen points out, we have had a collapse of disposable income per capita, lowest rental availability on record, and the largest migrant intake on record. If anyone was serious about easing the cost of living, the first thing that you would do is you would obviously reduce immigration so that you can push up wages, down rents. But as I've pointed out in earlier vids, there isn't much of a political appetite to fix that for now. So some chin-scratching inquiries about why grocery prices are so high might just have to do. But in reality, there has been a convergence of a whole bunch of factors that have slashed most people's standards of living like we haven't seen in many years, whilst a small section of society that wants to extract as much of your labour and as much of your money as possible has benefited greatly. Supermarkets are a part of that, but don't forget all the other price gouging monopolies in Australia are also doing their bit, such as banks, who are slow to pass on rate rises to depositors, but very quick to pass them on to borrowers, or property developers, most of which exist purely to speculate and push up the price of land. Well, that's not entirely fair on developers. A large chunk of them provide the essential service of cleaning organised crimes.
This is the bullshit that but these are the shit that you buy from these are the shit that retail investors buy. These are the fucking stock traders. I mean, these are the bullshit they have to buy. These are the kind of shit they fucking buy. This fucking, oh my god. Are you asking? Nah. Probably not all day, but
Coke money. And
I guess you're right if you're talking.
Don't even get me started on the price of Coke.
Because yeah, they got fucking fancy. I live on like the place I live at, like the city. I live on it's like a beach town of some beach city something, but it's like for holidays and stuff. And yeah, they're fucking, we're seeing how they're like acting and all that.
Actually, that is a serious issue that Australia's political class might have the aptitude to hold their nose and do something on. Fuck them all, am I right? For now, though, we'll have to wait and see for the results of these inquiries and what the government is going to do about supermarkets charging too much. Anyway, I'm not in power, so I guess all I can really do is say, be aware of these people trying to take your money. Now, subscribe to my Patreon and give me as much money as possible.
Oh my god. I mean, you know what? If he's giving content, I think that's good. Creativity is important in this generation. But oh my god, what's this? It's saying something about,
if you call yourself
oh
an
no,
ally and all you
I don't want to
ever
watch
do-
you. Sorry. I'm too lazy to watch. It's too long. 20 minutes. Oh my god. Why is it an hour? I don't want too long. Ooh, what is this?
Once upon a time, many, many years ago, every single human being who walked this planet were natural. No bubblegum butts, no fish lips, no balloon milkies. People were living their lives. They were happy. I'm kind of assuming they were happy because, you know,
I'm
the
guessing this guy
plastic
is
surgery
British.
option was not open to them. But anyways, it was way better back then. Until the second this cult came into our lives, known as plastic surgeons. The whole world has changed. Now we got people cutting their ding-dongs off. We got people closing up their octopussy, putting some
Oh my god, it's talking about me, bitch. Fuck off.
fake cucumba on themselves. We got people with six-packs, and I'm not talking about your regular skinny stick kind of six-packs that you were born with. I'm talking about an average man who paid a surgeon to install six-packs on his body. We got people with big-ass butts who never worked out in their lives. We got so many new surgeries, honestly, coming to this world. And I came across one of the latest updates from this called plastic surgeons.
It's amazing.
Imagine having two healthy eyesights. Imagine looking good. Well, maybe he needs
Yeah, I've heard they do that on the outside as well, like the white bit of the eyes.
a little bit of work with
Ew.
that unibrow, but healthy. God gives you all these
Ew.
things, and instead of being grateful and saying thank you, the second
Shut the fuck up about the religion, bitch.
come up to you and they advertise all over the place, change your eye color to blue eyes now, change your colors to get more bitches. I'm assuming that's what there was written in the billboard. Apparently it only works on brown-eyed people. You go, they will kill something in your eyesight, and boom, you have creepy blue eyes. Now there's a reason why you were born with brown eyes. For me, I have I like to tell myself I have hazel eyes. Well, people, they usually say I have light brown.
Brown
And it's
eyes.
obviously because they're jealous. If me and you stand in front
Forgot
of
who
the sun
sang
and the
that.
sun
It's
hits directly
Destiny's
my
Child, that's it.
hazel eyes, it is a fully guarantee that you are going to fall in love with me. I will touch you with my eyes. Apparently this has been going on for a while right now, and now that I checked their TikTok page with 380,000 followers, and each video
Ew. That's weird as hell.
getting
But I guess with like how people are starting to get into like hybrid human robot stuff. Oh, hello Sunny Day, how are you?
millions and millions
I'm
of
just watching this surgery guy, like they change eyes and stuff. Oh, how are you today?
views, and not for the right reasons that everyone goes like, oh my god, this is so beautiful, the technology is advancing, I want to do this, how much is this? No, they're just making fun of them. They're just insulting the people who are changing their original eye color, because lenses are not enough anymore. Kind, good looking guy, better hair than the
Yeah, he looks okay.
last guy, 100%. And
Oh wait, is
boom,
this about
now
the-
he looks like a 16-year-old fuckboy. This is the same guy who woke up from the surgery and he is
Oh wow, he looks high from like the eyes. Oh wow,
feeling
that's
himself.
insane.
He
Ooh.
is like, he's in his head, he's like, the amount of bitches I can pull now. I always wanted to do this all my life. Walk up to a girl, and I always hated these green eye guys
Aw.
and this blue eye guys stealing my girl. I'm talking to a girl in a club,
Sleep
and they come
well
and they
and
give an
have
eye
good
contact with the girl that I'm
dreams.
talking to, and she is
It's
lost in their eyes. You know
lunchtime
what?
in
If you can't
Australia.
beat them,
Well, in
join
Queensland,
them. Shut
rather.
up! Green eyes.
But,
the way he woke up and reacted to his
yeah,
green eyes, he's definitely gonna go home and make out with himself in the mirror. And
You
as
look like a fuckboy, is that what you're saying? Severus?
we all know, obviously, these things are just out of insecurities, just people being ungrateful with their looks. And it's not only guys, there's a lot of girls who are doing
I'm sorry. Oh wow.
these kind of surgeries as well.
This bitch though, I'm gonna kick his ding dong because he was talking about my ding dong. What the fuck?
I
Yes,
swear to
you
God,
are.
the eye that she had before this was way more attractive than this evil shaitan shit that she has right now. And you know what? I decided to join the trend as well. Obviously, there's this filter called, as we all know, we're familiar with the Snapchat filters, the dog filter, and these things. There's apparently a filter called Blue Eyes, and I'm going to be showing you.
Oh yeah, what did you
brace
do?
yourself,
Anything today,
sit
Sunny Day?
back,
Like,
don't
did you
wanna
do
look-
your thing?
Be in front of the monitor or in front
Was
of
it,
your phone. This is gonna
wa-
terrify.
was it a hike
many
or
of you,
another,
so viewer discretion
cycling
advised. Watch the picture of me with blue
friends?
eyes at your own risk.
Yeah, that's
Now,
fair.
yes, it is true. Only a very small percentage
Hmm.
of people can pull
Oh,
off
is it the
blue
same
eyes
game?
the way I do. But the majority of people, especially the people that we watched, my friend, you could have got more bitches with your old self, your old eyes. You are not going to get more bitches with this new eyes. You are going to get restraining orders against you. You're going to terrify people. You are going to give kids nightmares if you
I
look at
don't
them and
know.
smile.
I'm
Now, again,
thinking
I'm not a
about it.
fucking doctor, but just like looking at
I might, but I don't know. Like,
how
What is
unnatural
what
this
a
whole
good
thing is,
video
making the
game?
procedures. There's a very high chance of you going blind. I don't exactly know how many percent, but it's high.
What's a good
Changing your eye
suggested
color
video
because
game?
you're gonna go inside your eyes. You know, there's different methods. There's tattooing your eye, and there's this method. I don't know exactly how they do it, but they go inside your eyes and they pop something that, without that, it kind of fucking changes the eye color, something in the lines of that. And I found
Yeah.
people who actually came out and made videos about how they went blind on one eye due to infection, due to different things. And I'm pretty sure the lawyers say this. They sign waivers that if you go blind, you cannot sue us.
Ooh.
Because there's definitely people.
That's technically not allowed, right? Like as far as I know, like even like like back in the Philippines, we'd have they'd have waivers for everything risky. But yeah, that's not really assuring anyone with anything, you know. In fact, you're gonna run out of customers if you have to like sign a waiver form. I mean, depends, I guess, on the case, but yeah, for things
People
like
who come to
these,
this clinic after they were.
what the hell? Like cosmetic surgery. Some of these doctors are taking advantage of these people because of little things like insecurities, things that they shouldn't pay attention
Were
on.
blind and they wanted to sue them.
And
but
yeah, I have
the waivers going around.
insecurities
There's definitely
too.
more
I
dangerous
mean, trust
surgeries
me.
than this, but plastic surgeries I will never understand. Fake tatas, sure, fine, understandable, but anything else is just too much.
What?
Like
Oh
the
yes,
people
Sunny Day.
who
What
are
should I
going
play
through this
today?
and they're being
Like, we should suggest one.
videotaped and sharing their befores and afters of their surgeries. They are good-looking people, but unfortunately, in humanity, no matter how old you are, especially young people, they care about what people think about them. They're never happy with themselves. You know, it's like bodybuilding. You get like a very fucking nice body, but you always want more. You make money, but you see your friends that have more money and you always want more money. That's unfortunately in human
Yeah,
nature,
in the world,
the way
yeah.
we adapted in 2024, how everyone's eye is on each other's shit. No one, barely any people look back
The
at their
eye
own
though,
shit and be
the
like,
eye though is
thank you,
what
God.
the fuck.
There's people less
I mean,
fortunate than me. There are people who are
seriously.
blind. And I have two healthy fucking eyes, and I want to fucking make both of them or
It's not healthy if you're using eyeglasses, boy.
one of them blind. It's
Technically
definitely a
not.
very sad situation. Like if you wanna have different eye colors, even though you're gonna look stupid, but you know, just to avoid the risk, just keep using eye contact. Who the fuck? At least you won't be at risk, and you can always go back if you get bored of blue and go to
Yeah.
your natural self. But it
That's
is what it is.
another-
But yeah, I just thought I'll share this knowledge with you and share the message that
Wow.
was in this.
Yeah, I received the knowledge and yeah, fuck off. What? That's new. That's new.
Hi, I'm 23 years old.
Sunny
and my
Day, are you there? Or did you hear me? I said suggest a video game.
cholesterol is 450, but I'm not concerned. Here's why.
Well, guys, we're back. For the last 6 months or so, I have lived in relative peace after forgetting about a certain genre of influencer that I unfortunately became quite familiar with. Good things can never last, huh? TikTok carnivores are a subgenre of online influencers whose claim to fame is eating nothing but meat. Not only that, they claim that their insane diet is the only way to live because science doesn't exist and eating nothing but red meat 4 meals a day is going to turn you into a superhuman. Now, like I said, we've become pretty familiar with TikTok carnivores on this channel, and a common theme is that they believe that this way of eating, which has been proven time and time again to not be very healthy over a long period of time, is actually the secret to being the healthiest person on the entire planet. Now, obviously, with that being said, one would have to assume that anybody who's partaking in this diet has to be a little bit of a science denier, because obviously Big Pharma does not want you to find out that eating 16 ribeyes a week is the key to eternal youth. But as with every group of like-minded people, a select few will always decide to go a little bit crazy, get a little bit funky. And Vic Faraz is a perfect example of this. A 23-year-old TikTok carnivore who is literally speed running heart disease, and is not only aware of it, but is proud of it. The other day, I came across this video where this lady right here, Victoria, brags about having life-alteringly high levels of cholesterol. I know, really flexing on us here. So I decided to go through her page, and my god, it's actually kind of sad seeing a person go down a route like this, having absolutely no idea what it's gonna end up doing to them. So I figured we'd take a look at a couple of videos here, and look at the damage that these pseudo-dietitians are doing to people all around the world. Let's begin.
That would be good.
Hi, I'm 23 years old and my cholesterol is 450, but I'm not concerned. Here's why.
Alrighty, so to put this nicely, Victoria, the reason you're not worried, in my opinion, is because you're kind of stupid. A total cholesterol level of 450 is over double of what is considered high cholesterol. A 23-year-old having a cholesterol level of 450 is insane. Like insane in a way that if this person doesn't die of any unnatural causes, they're basically guaranteed to die from heart disease, which you might think is kind of a morbid thing to talk about when it comes to someone I don't really know, and sure, it's not very comfortable, but I think it's an important discussion to have because people like this are saying this is healthy. They're trying to convince people to hop on the carnivore wagon. If you do this, you will die in early death. Guaranteed.
For a whole year, I was vegan, and that got me to be nutrient deficient with a whole lot of anxiety attacks that I've never had in my entire life. Not only that, but many other problems. My cholesterol at the time was extremely low. Because of so many problems, I decided to go back to eating a little bit of everything as they suggest. However, that did not help the situation at all. I continue to have gut issues, extreme PMS symptoms, acne, sinus issues, a lot of headaches, a lot of fatigue. And again, my lab works were not great, extremely low cholesterol.
Guys, this might honestly be the most consistent trend I've ever seen on my channel. The vegan to carnivore pipeline is a real thing, people. It's time to stop denying it. Being a vegan is not healthy. This is pretty well agreed upon. Unless you're supplementing out your ass, any diet where you cut out like half of the food groups, not good for you. It's crazy that this is a controversial take. But back to the whole vegan to carnivore thing, I have seen so many people say that carnivore is the best thing ever just because they feel better by eating carnivore than they did when they were eating vegan. It's not a very high bar. It seems like majority of the people who fall into the carnivore diet are people who think that the only way to eat healthy or lose weight is by eating a ridiculously restrictive diet. Every single one of these people.
The dog, how about the dog? Have you seen the dog? The girl that was trying to feed the dog vegetables, but obviously the dog wouldn't because they're not used to it. Jesus.
People used to be vegan or keto or this or that. The problem lies with having.
Yeah, I feel bad for the doggies. Oh yeah, there's this dude from the Philippines. He has a farm, and because there's a lot. Yeah, I would do. I'll smack him on the balls. But yeah, this dude in the Philippines, like he has a farm, and yeah, he basically put this because there's a lot of they call this dogs in the Philippines. Like we don't have neuterization and all that crap. So yeah, a lot of dogs are making babies, unfortunately, because they don't have the snip, you know. So yeah, and yeah, he accepted these dogs into the household, taking baths. Oh my god, that's so nice. I would love
an unhealthy relationship with food. It has nothing to do with carnivore being the best thing ever.
Not to mention, I've been dealing with hypothyroidism for about 10 years now. And my goal is to get off medication. With that, nothing was working for me. So I decided to go on the carnivore diet, and I've never felt better. My cholesterol is high, my lab works are great, my thyroid is regulated for the first time in forever. I haven't experienced a headache since No more
Oh,
sinus
yeah. Do
issues.
you guys
My
believe
hair,
this
my
girl?
nails,
I
my
don't believe
skin
her.
is amazing. I don't feel bloated anymore. No gut issues. My flow
Not
is finally
believing her.
normal, and I don't experience the heavy PMS symptoms that I used to.
Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. Does anybody else see a slight problem with a 23-year-old thinking that this is revolutionary? I am 22. If I were to
she's
start eating nothing but spinach and kale for a couple of years, I would probably not feel very good. If I were to then do a complete 180 to where I was eating nothing but steak and eggs, I would probably start to feel a lot better, even if I wasn't getting everything I needed. What I'm trying to say here is that if you are eating in a manner that gives you a decent amount of nutrients and you're somewhat active, good skin, good nails, good hair, no gut issues, no headaches, feeling good most of the time is the default for a young 20-year-old. Victoria, most people our age feel just fine eating nothing but McDonald's and drinking nothing but Natty Light. Again,
Me.
we're 20. So yeah, you probably feel pretty good eating nothing but good cuts of meat and not worrying about what you put in your body. Things haven't started going wrong yet. Give it 10 years.
My teeth somehow keep getting whiter, my weight is maintained, and I couldn't feel better. With lab work's great, high cholesterol, on a carnivore diet, I feel like Superwoman. So if you're telling me that I'm more prone to a heart attack right now or other types of risks compared to my lifestyle back then, yeah, I wouldn't believe you for a second.
People correlating feeling good with health is literally the reason most modern diseases kill so many people. Hey Victoria, why do you think so many people die of heart disease? Because the things that give you heart disease are fucking awesome. I don't drink or smoke, but people are pretty big fans of those things. Both increase your risk of heart
Yeah, that's
disease.
true.
Eating fatty steaks every day, that's the dream. Gives you heart disease. Sitting on your ass all day doing nothing but watching TV gives you heart disease. You cannot equate feeling good with being healthy. Sure, being healthy a lot of the times does feel good, but it's not like
Aw.
eating broccoli and running marathons is going to
Good
give you
night.
heart disease, even though it doesn't make you feel very good
I'll
all the
see you
time.
later.
Believe it or not, most people are unhealthy because being unhealthy feels good until it doesn't.
And
Now, she
sleep
has another
well
pretty long video
as
like
well.
this, but she's basically just saying the same thing she did in the previous one. There are a few crazy claims like her teeth are getting bigger from eating carnivore, which, you know, sure, maybe your gums are receding and it's causing a bit of an optical illusion, but don't think your teeth are getting bigger. But again, it's the same stuff saying how she's been a carnivore for 6 months and all of her problems are gone. Not to say that it's proof she didn't have any of these problems, but I went back a while on her TikTok page, like over a year ago, and there's not a single mention of any of these problems anywhere. Like, you'd think a person who is struggling this much, who's comfortable with putting this much about their life on the internet, would share all of these insane problems they're having. It's
Yeah,
almost like
that's
joining
true.
this diet is like joining an MLM. You gotta say all of these things about how you used to be a person who couldn't even get out of bed, and then one day you decided to start eating sticks of butter, and suddenly you're a superhero. It's just weird how all of these people have the same story.
I used to believe I was lactose intolerant, so I turned to this thinking it was healthy, but I still didn't feel my best. Look at these ingredients: oils and other toxins that cause inflammation in the body. This belongs in the trash. Turns out I'm not intolerant to milk, I'm intolerant to the toxic ingredients.
The amount of times I've had to talk about raw milk on this channel is many, many more times than I ever expected I would need to. You're intolerant to the toxic ingredients they put in milk? Oh, like milk? There is literally less in milk than there is raw milk. Raw milk has been proven time and time again to not have any effect on lactose intolerance. The communities that these people who follow these diets find themselves in are nothing but echo chambers.
Here I am today drinking raw dairy, feeling my best. Ingredients, raw milk, that's it.
Victoria, have you ever looked at the ingredient label on a carton of milk? I think you'd be shocked. I will truly never understand what these people think the government is gaining by not allowing people to drink
that's true.
unpasteurized milk. Going back to what I often say in my conspiracy theory videos, I can usually understand why a person believes in something as long as there's like a clear group who would benefit if that thing was true. Who benefits from this? So I don't really plan on going through what this woman eats in a day because we've seen it so many times at this point that it's kind of pointless. They eat some variation of beef and butter. Sometimes eggs are thrown in and that's it. She doesn't do any of
Not
the
even
crazy stuff
salt.
like that one woman Courtney who made like the grease
no
candy and
taste.
stuff like that. But I did want to show this because it's so
No
funny to me
taste
that
at
all
all.
of these carnivores swear up and down that plant products are what caused every single one of their issues, that eating vegetables, eating plants, eating
I mean, yeah, bacon would give you that salt. Like, I think Like, I always find bacon salty.
Seeds, whatever, is what made them feel so awful, is what threw their bodies so far out of whack. But every single one of them drinks coffee. They all do. Every single carnivore I have covered drinks coffee every single day. They will promise you that any plant you eat will rot away in your gut. It's gonna make you feel awful. Yet they drink seed water every single morning. There's no consistency with these people whatsoever, and it makes my job pretty easy. Well, guys, what do you think? Am I just a carnivore hater? Should I be out here cholesterol maxing, eating nothing but raw beef and bacon until I stroke out at the age of 27? If people are actually sticking to this diet, which I don't know if I believe they are, I feel like a lot of people that do this are probably just doing it for internet clout. But for those that are actually eating like this, in 10 years or so, there's gonna be a day of reckoning for these carnivores. If they don't believe in heart disease now, they will soon. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on.
No. But yeah, I agree with what he said. Life, we can't predict how life goes usually. Something will happen. And it will be just, it could be something small like mushrooms. Oh my god. Like forage mushrooms, or yeah, or some sort of immunodeficiency. I think something could happen in this. I mean, most of the time it's slow, but yeah. It can change you like that, honestly. Like, no matter what the age. Yeah. Oh my god, it's I don't want to watch her. Because I might learn. I might see it as a
First bad movie night. Now, I spent a good, honestly, 2 hours to maybe 2.5 hours trying to figure out what we're doing for stream tonight. I was throwing things at the wall. I was looking around, scouring the internet.
Oh my god, that's me all the time.
That sounds good. But I'm not very well versed in bad movies. I've seen The Room with my friend.
How can I make everything? Oh my god, it's fucking long. No. I don't want to watch you anymore. It's way too long. Sorry. Please don't hate me. I'm just looking at the moment what I should put here. What should I? Oh. What is this?
So this is the rabbit.
I remember this dude when he was small, like a small creator. It's so nice to see actual people grow in something like YouTube. Or yeah, even Twitch,
R1.
really.
And
like,
it's another AI in a box, and it's a sign of the
amazing.
times. So this thing here, it has a lot in common with the Humane AI pin, for better or for worse, but it's also supposed to have 2 specific things that are supposed to set it apart from that. It's supposed to, anyway. And we have to talk about it. So, stop me if this sounds familiar at any point, but check this out. This is a virtual assistant in a box, but it's a different box. This one is not wearable. It's a thing you have to carry around with you in your pocket.
It's like a pager.
Smartphone. I'd say it's about the size of a stack of Post-its, maybe, but it's this lightweight plastic cube designed by Teenage Engineering. And boy, do people love some Teenage Engineering right now. And it's super, I mean, you can tell exactly what it is from a mile away. This thing is very recognizable.
I mean, it looks
Thing has
nice,
one
the
button on the
design.
right side. That's the one you
The
press
whole
and
design
hold
looks
to ask
nice.
it
It looks like
questions.
it's
And then
like
instead
a
of a
toy.
projector, it actually does have a built-in screen here. And instead of built-in cellular, it has a SIM card tray right alongside that USB Type-C port for charging. I'd say it does seem to send basically every single request to the cloud, but I will say it does feel significantly quicker to answer questions than the Humane AI pin. Now, that is a very, very low bar to clear, but it's consistent. It's consistently quicker. How far away is the moon?
The average distance between Earth and the moon
is approximately 384,400 kilometers.
You can connect headphones via Bluetooth or turn the built-in speaker all the way up like I have, but it also shows you the text of your answer on the screen right underneath this bouncing rabbit and the time and the battery. Matter of fact, it basically always shows this bouncing rabbit all the time. It's how you know it's awake. You hit that button once to put it to sleep, or it would do that automatically after a few seconds. Then hit the button again to wake it up. Boom, just the rabbit waiting for you there. And then to get to settings, there's no button to press for that. There's no gesture on the screen or anything. You just shake it like an Etch-a-Sketch. And as long as you do that, then from there you can scroll up and down with this scroll wheel and select with the button. That's how you get around the UI. So the other two things it has are the scroll wheel and a swiveling camera. So the scroll wheel for navigating around the UI instead of the screen is, I'll get to why it's odd in a second, but then of course the AI assistant is multimodal, and so you can use vision to answer questions about what it sees. So we've seen this
hate
before.
the-
This one you double tap to swivel it open.
The
and
marks
then
on
press
your
and hold
phone.
to ask. I don't know, what type of
I
plant
get
is this?
but I have it as well.
Taking
Like
a look now,
something we can,
the plant
because
in
the oil
image
in our
appears to
hands,
be a Monstera
unfortunately.
deliciosa, also known
Oh.
as a Swiss cheese plant. This is a type of
I
tropical
mean,
climbing
Google has
evergreen
that.
plant native to southern Mexico and parts of Central America. The large glossy green leaves with distinct
As a reviewer testing this thing, I just feel like that DJ
Oh,
Khaled
it's
clip after a
apparently
while, where I'm
wrong.
just pointing at stuff like, okay, what is this? And what is this?
And what is this? Those are pickled banana peppers. And what is this? Berries and seeds. And perhaps what is this? Water.
But I've just pointed it at my computer screen with a really long email on it and asked it for a summary.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
and it
don't
reads
want
it
to say
instantly
it.
and gives me a
Copyright,
summary of it.
copyright.
It's done that with articles too. I think that's pretty cool. But yeah,
Apparently it
it's
doesn't
just
eat ass.
It's an AI in a box. It's best at just answering questions. So yeah, this thing is also bad at a lot of stuff, and this list is gonna sound pretty familiar. Somehow the battery life is just as bad as the Humane Pin. It has a 1,000 milliamp hour battery inside, and it's brutally bad. Like, it's already bad enough when you're carrying around a whole nother device alongside your smartphone, but when this one can sit in front of you doing nothing and the battery just visibly
Yeah,
is
and it's
draining
just-
and dies in
yeah.
like 4 hours, then you have to charge it multiple times per day, and it's still dead when
Oh.
you wake up in the morning. Like, it's just exhausting. Also, it took 45 minutes to charge this tiny battery from 0 to 100. And it's also just straight up missing a ton of what I would consider just basic features. Like, it can't set alarms, can't set timers, it can't record videos, can't record photos, can't send emails, there's no calendar built in. There's just a lot of things that I would want an assistant to do, not here. And of course, being an AI assistant, it also does still hallucinate and confidently answer questions wrong. Like, my baseline of asking a question that I know the answer to and then getting the wrong answer happens all the time. It's just one of the downfalls of this category. So this device was designed by Teenage Engineering, and they're really leaning into that. Like, that's why, I mean, it's this bright orange. It is really quirky, friendly looking device, I would say.
Yeah, it looks like a
intentionally.
kid's toy.
But yeah,
just
they
like I
really
said a
love
while
their
ago.
analog controls. And this scroll wheel here doesn't surprise me, but it's actually really frustrating to use. First of all, it protrudes out the back a little bit, as you can see, which looks kind of cool. But that means if it was really sensitive, that it would actually scroll if you just put it down on a table or something. So
Yeah,
they've
like-
dialed down the
yeah,
sensitivity
like
of
Hot
the scroll
Wheels,
wheel, so
basically.
it's actually super slow. Like, there's a surprising amount of scroll motion required to go down one line in the settings. And then there's no haptic feedback here as you're scrolling to help you feel it out.
Yeah.
So fine, okay, you can get used to that. You use the button to select, but then you've also noticed there's no back button anywhere on this device. So
Oh,
to go
yeah.
back up a level, you have to scroll all the way back up to the top every single time.
Yeah, that's not
That also
friendly
gets
design, is it?
And then to change brightness or volume, you actually need two hands. So you just go into brightness to select, and you hold the button with one hand and then scroll the scroll wheel with
Yeah,
the
that's
other hand
tacky.
to adjust brightness.
That's tacky as
which,
hell.
Yeah, you can't do it with one hand. It works, so you can learn it and you can say, it's this quirky UI it's got going on, but I feel like a lot of these problems would be solved if this was a touchscreen. So what if I told you this is a touchscreen, and they just don't really let you use it for almost anything. Like moving through these menus would be easier if I could just tap what I wanted to, right? Going back after a long scroll would be easier if I could just
so
flip
the
scroll back
software
on top of the
doesn't
list
have.
and hit back. But you can't. The only thing you can use the touchscreen for is basically typing on the keyboard in terminal mode. So with terminal enabled, you can turn it sideways, a keyboard pops up, and you can type your questions and get text answers, which is great. And you can move between letters with the scroll wheel. It's kind of a neat feature, I guess.
Kind of fucking.
Why can't we use the
the
touchscreen for anything else? Is it just them trying not to look too much like a smartphone? Maybe.
Probably.
So, okay. What's the point?
Oh wow,
Why does this
$200
thing exist? If it's so
That's
similar to the other one,
more
that was also
expensive
so
than
bad,
the
what are we doing here?
HomePod thing.
And really, there's two things that I think they're hoping will be the things that set it apart from the other one. That should, in the words of their co-founder Jesse.
But I don't think MKBHD will say this is the worst device he ever reviewed so far.
Which, low bar, but okay. Those two things are the price tag and the large action model. So the Humane Pin was so easy for everyone to dunk on because it cost as much as a phone. It was $700 with a $24 a month subscription to not turn into a brick. It's just insane. So this one right here costs $200 and no subscription. So, okay, that hits a little different.
No.
But also, you can tell it's $200. First of all, you will need a separate SIM card to get it to work on cellular. So while there is no subscription fee for that,
you'll have to
keep the
pay for
device
the
working,
SIM card.
that is still a fee you're going to pay every month to get data outside
like
of Wi-Fi.
the internet
But then,
alone.
the unboxing experience is extremely minimal. It comes in a single cardboard box with a cassette tape-looking plastic container that doubles as a stand, but there's literally nothing else. No charging brick, no USB-C cable, no stickers, no paper instruction manual, nothing at all. And then the R1 itself is made of plastic. Not to say that it's not built well, there's no flexing or creaking or anything like that, but it's definitely plastic. The camera, very basic. The speaker, very cheap. It's a low-end MediaTek chip inside, the same one that's in the Moto G8 Power Lite, which is like a $150 phone. Hardly any battery, as we learned, and no fancy fast charging or wireless charging.
It does
And
look
it comes
like
in one color.
it does look
really
innovative,
bright orange,
but yeah.
This ridiculously saturated bright orange. I'm not even joking. The color you're seeing in this YouTube video
Jail.
on the screen,
Jail.
it's going to be the best I can do with my own color correction, but
Ew,
it's
Samsung.
legitimately hard to photograph. Like, the phone camera doesn't really turn saturation up high enough to really represent it accurately in real life. It's the brightest orange thing you've ever seen in your life. I guarantee it. But yeah, speaking of the screen, this is a 2.9-inch diagonal TFT screen.
Oh my
with
god,
no
my
auto
chair
brightness.
keeps fucking
So,
moving and making noise. Sorry.
So you know how the Humane AI Pin had no apps? Well, this thing also has no apps, but the other thing that they're hoping will separate it from the other stuff is what they're calling a large action model. So, large language models are just the words, the language that we use. So it's an AI that can take our natural language and process it and turn it into words in return. And that's how we interact with it. So a large action model is supposed to take our words and then process it and turn it into actions. That's the theory. So it's basically going to be able to use apps for you like a human would, based on what you tell it to do. Now, importantly, this isn't the same as an API where, a company might work with the others to have some sort of a plug into their services so that they work together. Because an API can be a little too restrictive or not give all the features or just not quite.
Yeah, they can select which data they can.
An API. So what this is supposed to be doing is just going in and using the app just like a human, essentially with like a mouse and a keyboard. Think of it as like a virtual agent. Honestly, I think it's a really cool idea. I think it's a really, really cool idea.
It does have potential.
Large language models have been trained with all their data to talk back to us just like humans would, and some are very convincing. So a large action model, in theory, should be able to use these apps and services just like a human would, from Spotify to Twitter to your banking app to whatever else. It's already good enough at recognizing major UI elements like a play button or a buy button and things like that. So with enough training data, could get really good. with enough training data to get really good. But the thing is, they don't have a ton of training data yet. So as of right now, they have made 4 apps available. 4. They have this online portal called the Rabbit Hole where you can log into and enable all of them. Spotify, Uber, DoorDash, and Midjourney. So the Rabbit can talk to these 4 apps and has a UI on the screen for doing so in the exact way that we're theorizing. So it'll play Spotify songs. Like I can ask it for a song and it'll try to play the right one and it'll show you any info you need on the touchscreen to confirm or refine the actions you're taking. But even now, they kind of work. Like I've already had issues with it playing the wrong song. I've also seen other people already have issues with the DoorDash app getting things wrong, which is even more frustrating. I can't imagine how frustrating the Uber app messing up would be. It definitely seems like it needs more training data, and that's just for these 4 starting apps. Now, Rabbit says they have 800 different apps trained already, but they just haven't built a UI for it yet, so it's not available on the Rabbit yet. And so that's still in the works. Now, they've also theoretically started working on something called a generative UI, where essentially it can recognize what type of app it is and then build a UI for it, so Rabbit doesn't have to. But that's also still theoretical and also on the roadmap and still in the works. And then if there's another app or service that you want your Rabbit to be able to do, like something for work or something super niche that you've invented, they've talked about something called Teach Mode, which is basically having the Rabbit watch you do what you want it to do on your mouse and keyboard, and then it learns from what you did and can then repeat your actions later, which is sick. But unfortunately, you can probably already see where this is going, Teach Mode is also not available as of right now. This is something they're still working on vetting and finishing, and so that's
just making up the hype.
Also
sounds familiar,
so
though.
Right
Sounds
now,
like something
this
your
device
favorite
has
Tesla
none of that
founder
stuff.
does.
Just the 4 kind of half-working.
Oops, allegedly.
What are we doing here? Okay, I'm gonna try not to turn this into a rant, but I feel like we need to acknowledge at least that a lot of these tech companies are developing tech kind of backwards. Like they're delivering such unfinished products that it actually makes them nearly impossible to review. Like it feels like it used to just be make the thing and then put it on sale. Now it's like
isn't
put
that
it on
what the whole
sale
startup
and then
culture
deliver
made?
the half-baked
You know,
thing and then iterate and make it better, and hopefully with enough updates, then it's ready and it's what we promised way back when we first started selling it. And then this whole period in the middle is a mess, and it's across all kinds of product categories too. We've seen this with gaming, like huge studios are delivering
and then they'd be
half-baked
selling
games saying, oh, you know, it's an alpha version,
microtransactions.
like there will be updates.
Oh my
But meanwhile,
god,
it's a
those ones are
full-price
really,
AAA game
really
that's just got an
addictive.
unacceptable
Like
number of
especially
bugs
if you're
and
a
issues.
person with
It's also
the
happening
actual money.
with
I think I
cars
heard Steve
and
Aoki.
vehicles
I
getting
think that was
announced and
the
then
dude
delivering with like a
who
half
fell
finished
victim,
state,
which I
where
feel
you
bad. Like
just
that
don't
alone.
get a lot of the features that you paid for, and they're eventually coming soon with a software update. You know, smartphones, obviously we've been seeing this for years, but it does seem like now more than ever there's at least one major feature of every smartphone launch that gets announced, but that's not coming until later in the year. And now these
like with
AI-based
just
products
hype.
are at like the apex of
I think
this horrible
Apple
trend,
did it as
where
well.
the thing that you get at the beginning is like borderline non-functional compared to all the promises and all the features and all the things that it's supposed to maybe someday be. But you still pay full price at the beginning, which is what makes it so crazy. And that sucks not only obviously for the people buying it at full price at the beginning, but also for reviewing these things in general. Like, how do you assess a product where the version of what's promised in like 3 years, what it could be, is amazing, but the version that's being delivered now is dog water?
That is so
how do you
familiar.
connect those dots? Do you even connect those dots? Are you supposed to? Given the benefit of the doubt, I don't know. What do we do? I mean, I
Developers.
guess on one hand, it is good that tech products, these things can
I
get
wanna
better
be-
over time and improve, and the thing you buy can be better
I
tomorrow.
wanna say so much,
That's all
but-
great. That didn't used to be true, and that's beautiful and everything. But on the other hand, it's just the other side of that coin is some very unfinished products being delivered, and I just feel like it's gonna get worse before it gets better. So let me just say, I am personally very excited by the idea of a super personalized AI assistant that can do everything that a human assistant could. That's my dream. I want that to happen, and I'm interested that these different companies are approaching it from different angles. And hopefully, we'll get there eventually. But this is also so clearly going to take a lot of time and effort and technical development, and also a lot of data. Like I said this already in the Humane review. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure,
that's
which is
true.
a good assistant
Like,
needs to
yeah.
know everything about you, whether it's human or virtual. Like it needs to know
Your data alone probably costs more than $200. Like the data that you've got in your life, people you know.
your preferences and your
Please
location
correct me if
and
I'm
what
wrong.
you're doing and what you like to do and every single little thing. It's so much data. So as for the rabbit, I think that's why they focused on getting the price so low. Like this stuff is all a tough sell because you're taking a gamble on what the product
Yeah.
could be someday. But for the pin, you had to drop $700 and
Oh, it
$24
has, like-
every month on the chance that it might someday get there. Like that's a lot of money.
Oh, so
But
it's
for
just a
this cute little
concept, I
thing,
see.
$200.
That's
Feels like a
kinda-
much easier investment to make, a much easier pill to swallow to just take a gamble on it. And on the off chance it turns out to be awesome in a couple of years, it'll feel like it's worth it.
Hmm.
You know, on the chance that some of those 800 apps are super useful or
Oh my god, I need to pee. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the
or, you know, even though you already have a smartphone, maybe the teach mode lets it do something with a single button press that you could never dream of before. Then it could be totally worth it. The whole situation reminds me kind of if you look back at the beginning of when Tesla started shipping cars with all the autopilot stuff. They were selling cars and they got popular for other reasons. It was a good electric car with good range and a good charging network. And then people started sort of beta testing this autopilot stuff, and Tesla starts collecting millions of miles and hours of data from how it works in the real world. And so all of that data help their systems learn and get the head start that they need on trying to make the best autopilot software. So the Rabbit, I'm sure, would like to use their price advantage and get as many of them out into the real world as possible, into people's hands so they can start beta testing and having it trained and getting good at a variety of tasks. But the Rabbit's problem is it doesn't have like the other reason why people would get it anyway today. So it's like a kind of a chicken and egg problem. So if you want my advice, you've heard it before. Buy the product based on what it is today and not what it's promised to be in the future. And with this category, that's like the hardest thing to do, the hardest thing to keep in mind, because the promise is so big. But that's still my advice. And I guess we still also have yet to see what big companies like Google and Apple are going to try to do in this space probably this year. So with all of that,
That's what I was gonna say. Like, what is Apple gonna do about that? You know, it's so insane. But yeah, I think they're gonna need some help from the big ones. I'm like, it's the way I'm saying it is either they get bought over by a bigger company, or yeah, I don't know. I don't see like, I don't know, like virtual assistant shape in a post-it note. I mean, it's pretty 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 neat looking. Like, the design seems like they had an idea in mind. But yeah, it would definitely need a lot more than those ones. Like, yeah, it would be nice if it had like if they do like a, well, for Apple it's usually the camera, right? So that's something they could work on. Oh, Feet Finder. I've heard of Feet Finder. It's a website where you could sell it's disgusting. You could sell feet pics. Ooh, so okay, let's see more cringe. Okay, cringe content time.
Hey feet, and welcome back to Atween Shop.
Oh my god, why did I?
My name is Chad. Chad.
I'm sorry.
And have you ever
Destroying my rules.
wanted to make a bunch
I
of
said I
money
wasn't
without
gonna
having to
watch,
raise
like-
a single toe? Then this is not the thing for you. You do have to raise a toe. You have to give birth to your toe and nurse
Ew,
it,
that's not-
swaddle it in a
What
little
the fuck is that? Oh, it's. I thought it was like, ew. Why isn't she cleaning her toes? But yeah, it's sand
blankie and
actually.
cover it in mustard. Eat your toes.
Cover it in mustard. Ew.
Go on. Do it. Do it. You won't. There's just something about companies that advertise exclusively on TikTok that make me go, huh, why are they doing
Wow,
that?
that's scary.
I wonder. Probably a good reason. I trust them. A good example of this would be Bang, the Bang energy drink company that would sponsor TikTokers and not really care if they disclosed the sponsored aspect of the videos.
I've always wondered what would happen if you trapped smoke inside of a box, so I tried it for myself.
And it could be a little difficult to tell sometimes because the drink wouldn't be incorporated in an obvious way and would just kind of be sitting in a corner somewhere. Kind of like all the Coke products in Footloose. A terrible movie, by the way. I don't care if it's a classic. The pastor's daughter should have been the main character. She was already dancing before he showed up, and then she researched and wrote the argument that resolved the entire movie's conflict, and he got the credit for it. Kevin Bacon was basically a puppet in high-waisted jeans. Anyway, speaking of loose feet, today we're going to be
Wow,
taking a
she
look at
mad.
the website known as Feet Finder.
She mad.
YouTube, if you're listening, this is a website
heard-
made for people
I
to
can
find their
see it.
feet after they've misplaced them somehow, like in their airport luggage or
Anyone
in
of
an
you been
Uber.
to
No
this
one is
website
coming to the
probably
feet.
bought
The feet
some
are coming
goodies.
to them because they were lost. But now they're found and covered in jizz. Feet Finder is a
Sorry.
website where you can exchange photos of your grippers in exchange for legal tender, currency, Benjamin Franklin's. At least that's what their advertising wants you to believe. In reality, you can probably expect to see a lot more George Washingtons or Paul Bunyan's. But what do I know? I haven't tried the service. I can't speak on how profitable it actually is, so we'd better consult some experts.
So my girlfriend got dummy rich from Feet Finder. We flew to LA because she needed a new car. She looked at a few supercars, then decided the G63 was the move. Then cruised down PC8 and went back to her beach house in Malibu.
Setting aside the fact that this is not a car dealership, but a car rental place in LA, and this is more than likely an
She got caught. I knew it. I was gonna say, are you sure that's not a rental? Because the place looks like a showroom for rentals. Sis, You should have worked better for that.
Airbnb that they're in. It's kind of a weird marketing
yeah.
strategy
Oh,
to take us on a tour and show us all the
Mhm.
things that you can afford. They can't afford them. They're all rentals. And act like you can afford them because of this service you're promoting, but you have the money because they gave you the money and not because you made money by using the service. It's just that if Matthew McConaughey couldn't afford a Lincoln, I think it would change the messaging in those ads. They say perfection is not attainable. I guess they never owned a Lincoln. I know I haven't. Have you seen how expensive those things are? Anyway, you should get one, I guess. Lincoln. LinkedIn. Find me on LinkedIn. I need a job. All right, all right, all right. If you already have a mansion, which who doesn't, you can also use FeetFinder to pay off your student loans.
So my first paycheck from FeetFinder just came in today, and we're gonna use $100K of it to pay off my roommate's student loans.
Whoa! What is this? Just student loans, bro.
This is the only way you're allowed to pay off someone's student loans.
That's scripted, I'm telling you.
So you
It's
mean a lot to me,
scripted.
and you've always supported me.
Of course.
So I wanted to show you some love in return and throw a leather bag at your head as hard as I can. You do that for me?
FeetFinder came through, I got you.
No way. From FeetFinder?
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah. Okay. What could that have been?
Oh no. Bro! This is yours?
All the money that you gave me? I blew it.
Aw man, instead of paying off his student loans, he bought a car, van, truck thing. If the human centipede was made of Jeep Wranglers,
I
that's
mean,
what
yeah,
he bought.
that's-
Imagine
you
giving
know what,
someone
that's fair.
$100,000 and then they go out and buy a real life-size
That's
Hot
how
Wheels
the
car.
FTX
So the plot
does
is a
it.
little convoluted, but they do manage to say the name of the website at least 5 times throughout the video.
FeetFinder,
Yeah.
FeetFinder,
FeetFinder?
FeetFinder.
If you make 100 grand
Finder.
using this website, that's incredible. Kudos to you. Kudos to your toes. Kudos. It's just kind of weird how they keep shouting out the website. Like you don't usually
Yeah.
shout out your employer every time you get
It sounds like an ad, right? It sounds like an ad. An ad that wasn't disclosed.
paid. Just got my first check from the sperm bank. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting the ugliest car imaginable. Wow, is that a good idea? I mean, yeah, the sperm bank's got me covered. Covered in what? Dude, what? Why are you like coming for me? But I'm not. I'm not coming for you. I'm not trying to. You should be coming for the Rosewood Sperm Bank on 24th Street. Business hours 8 through 5, closed for all of November. Some of the promos have this fun little spin where the person making money from the website is using someone else's pictures.
You coconut head, what is this? It's my paycheck for FeetFinder. Oh my god, I cannot believe you are uploading fake pictures on the internet. Mom, it's not mine, it's my brother's. Your son's, I take it when he's sleeping.
If you don't want to use pictures of your own grippers,
wow,
that's
that's
okay.
funny.
Just use someone else's without their knowledge or consent, like a crime.
Babe, what did you just say? You post my what on where?
I just posted your feet pics.
Why are you posting my feet pics on places?
For money, babe.
I don't know if there's any legislature that applies specifically to feet yet, but I'll get us started. Don't do this. Don't wear Crocs without socks. I know, controversial. And don't take your shoes off in public. I don't care how crunchy you are. If I see your toes out in Target, you are the target.
I feel the same way with the beaches here. Like when you go to a public restroom or something after going to the beach and wash up. Even on the beach alone, like I have this weird. I just doing
I'll kill you. For some reason in these videos, whenever the person whose pictures are being used without their knowledge, they're always okay with it once they find out it's making money.
Mom, why is there a check in the post from FeetFinder with your name on it? Don't worry, you baboon face. It's your dad's feet.
How much is that?
You asking too many questions. Just keep
Yeah,
sending me
why
pics.
is that?
50-50.
Wait, that's sex trafficking technically. If he like
50-50 what?
Because it's fine to do morally
Yeah,
ambiguous things. As long
it should be all hers because it's her feet, right?
as you're making bank. If I steal your kidney, hypothetically, this is just a hypothetical, as long as I sell it on the dark web and split the proceeds with you 50-50 or 70-30 or 97-3, you know what? We'll talk numbers once the anesthesia wears off.
That's like
The brand has to approve these before
97
they can
is
get
the-
paid. So the
whoever
actual
owns the
company looked at these and said, good, this is great. We approve of this. It's good. And it aligns with our mission statement. That gets the stamp of approval. Another method in some of the promos is to integrate them into street interviews. They're usually in the ones where the guy goes, how much money do you have in your bank account? $400. And what do you do for a living? Your mom. Awesome. Thank you.
Oh my god, that's that girl from the last FeetFinder video. Do you remember me? How's work been?
Good, good. Still making that bag. Just paid cash for a new car, so.
Damn! What kind?
Alfa Romeo Giulia.
Is that a Lady Gaga song?
Alfa Romeo Giulia.
I like to think he has no idea what kind of car that is, but he just has to pretend to be impressed.
My-
So what kind of car did you
my-
get? An
my hands are
Ford,
itchy.
Romeo, Capulet,
this bit.
Montague. Nice. What did it cost? Tragedy.
Can I go for a ride?
Gold digger status?
Gold digger status? It sounds less like she's calling him a gold digger and more like she wants a status report. Gold digger, what's your status? At a beauty salon with a baby Louis Vuitton under my underarm, sir. Copy that. This one does at least disclose the sponsors, so kudos for that. Some of the other videos have entire storylines where Feet Finder is like the hero that swoops in to save the day. Don't you hate it when you're playing video games and your girlfriend feeds you raw macaroni with one of those washcloth tablets that you have to put in water? So she's sad that they can only afford one pair of socks. Because
and
he
then she
keeps
sells.
eating all of their socks on top of raw macaroni. When we say macaroni and cheese, the cheese is not supposed to come from between your toes. So he ate all their food, took her socks, and then when he sees her crying, he says, "Babe, I know what will solve your problems. A side hustle." Dude, you are her problem. She's literally giving you the shirt off her back. If her shirt was socks and her back were feet. There's a few like this though, where the wife or girlfriend is unhappy or they get dumped and then they find Feet Finder and it transforms their life immediately. Yes, I own 2 mansions and a car that has more prefixes than Rosetta Stone, but before I found this company, my life was miserable. My husband would force feed me sweaters on uncooked penne. And they weren't even cashmere. At this point, you might be thinking it's a little bizarre that this company is exclusively advertising to people who would want to post pictures and not actually buy them. And it might be because that's who they're making a lot of money from. You have to pay to use the website. You can pay $5.
I checked this website. I was thinking, oh, wow, okay, let me just see. And then, oh.
$1 a month for a basic subscription or $15 a month for premium and unlock all of these crazy perks like direct messaging or profile customization, things that are definitely perks and not just things that a website should have already. So these ads are less trying to get customers and more trying to be like the finance influencers that tell you they made all their money trading Forex, but then charge you $500 for a course they found in their garage. This is how I made my money. This is how I can afford a new Tesla every year. This is how I moved out of my parents' house. Honey, did you take out the trash? Honey? I don't make any money from making you pay me every month, okay? I give all the proceeds to charity. Dude, shut the f up!
Charity, do not speak to your mother that way.
Or maybe I'm being too harsh. I could have completely misunderstood their business model, and this is in fact a company that just wants to help people find their feet. I mean, I know what that's like. My name is Detective Chadlock Holmes, and I'm the best goddamn foot finder this side of the Mississippi. When it comes to finding feet, I am undefeatable. People always ask me, how do I be more like you? How do I become the world's greatest detective with the world's greatest hits? And I always tell them, you can't. I've been finding feet since I was 2 years old. I can sniff them out in a snowstorm. I can hear them coming a mile away. Platform Doc Martens, size 6.5, mid-calves. No, thigh highs. But it's not always glory and sleeping with the hottest people alive. Sometimes this job is tough, real tough. I'm sorry, ma'am. I was too late. Josiah! Why do I have to be so damn good at finding feet? No. I'm gonna call it there, guys. Thank you for subscribing, and if you are still here, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you clicking on my video out of all the videos that are on here, and I'll see you next time. Okay, bye.
You're welcome. Oh yeah, we've seen this alpha, sexy alpha werewolf. Sexy alpha werewolf show. Oh my god, did she just... Oh my god, I think she's right.
Wow, men really don't realize how expensive it is to be a girl. She's so high maintenance. Yeah, I am high maintenance because I take really good care of myself and I'm not gonna apologize for it. Because this is my shower and body care routine alone before going on a date. So I start with body scrub, then body wash.
No. Girl. I just use soap and water.
That works. I'll send you a
But I just use like I use Endota Spa. That's it.
Well, that was a lovely first date.
Yeah, maybe next time we could do something indoors. Oh,
I see you sent me an invite for a second date already.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get a head count. You...
Oh my.
Do you want to work on the project?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's my mouse. My mouse is pretty fucked. Ew. Who identifies as a dog? That's crazy. Like familiar. Alpha. Alpha dogs. Oh, Babybel. I love Babybel.
Yo, this party's the shit. Dance
Yeah, it's so fun. Woo!
Who are you?
I heard the
Your
party
mom,
from around the corner.
bitch.
I just came to check it out.
Kind of weird just to show up.
Your door was open. I don't know what to tell you. Your mom made cookies. She told me I could come over.
Yeah. Take a seat. Why don't you take a
Okay.
seat? Hey, we can hang
Alright.
out. It's okay. Guys, welcome back to another Gunner TV YouTube video. Today, I have with me a very special guest, Gabby Bell.
Bitch.
That's
It's
me,
like my
Gabby Balls.
So
That's
bitch.
her.
Reporting to you
Gabby,
live
Gabby,
from
Gabby.
Gunner TV's channel.
I love
Just
Gabby
went over a
Bell.
second ago. We had a great party. That was awesome. And
Yeah,
now,
but yeah, I took a flight back home really quick.
yeah,
so.
that was a really fast party. My God.
Well, you know, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, all 5 seconds.
But now we have work to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
this is work.
Let's get to work. Because today, we're looking at some YouTube pranksters. And someone's got to be serious around here. And if it's not them, it's got to be us.
Yes, because jokes are illegal. We're the comedy police.
Got to shut them down. Shut them down.
Past 11 p.m. and we're getting a noise complaint.
I've seen pranksters on YouTube. They've been here for years. They've been here for millennia. This one I found today, I swear to God, it has ticked me off so much. I'm just gonna be candid. He annoys me. I wanted to show you this person because I sent you a quick TikTok, but it's pretty obvious what they're doing. They try to provoke people and they just want a reaction.
They seem like the kind of people where they push your buttons and then get confused when you react.
Exactly.
And they're like, what are you so mad for? What did I do?
I accidentally set the orphanage on fire. I'm sorry. Why are you getting in my face for, you know?
It was just a joke.
It's just a little joke. Why you getting so serious? Fucking
Come
Karen.
on. Fucking Karen.
Reddit's gonna have a field day with you. So let's look at the one I sent you already.
Okay. He looks like his name is Jack Doherty.
Yeah, this is Jack Doherty.
Like, that is absolutely his name. There's no other name.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not gay shirt.
I can see. I see the cringe on the face. What the hell?
Oh no.
Ew. Why are these?
Yo, Karen, relax. He didn't run into her on purpose. You too. He didn't run into your daughter on purpose. Okay. Jack, your shirt. Karens. You guys are Karens.
Oh my god, this
what?
child.
I can't believe they posted this shit.
I can't
Oh
believe
my
they
god, they
posted
should go through like
themselves getting absolutely
the
wrecked.
police.
Absolutely. I did. There's no way to post this and think that you look like the good guys.
No.
You're evil.
Oh yeah, those guys totally ruined your fun. What's the prank here? A prank? Someone's supposed to laugh.
That the daughter's definitely not laughing.
I'm not laughing. They're not laughing.
They kind of cut out how the daughter got like hit, but here he comes.
I
He's
know. Here he
sliding
comes.
in.
Fucking. She's unsuspecting victim here.
They happen to cut it perfectly before she gets nailed. But I mean, the fact that he ran into their daughter and then they're like, he didn't run into your daughter on purpose.
He didn't run into her on purpose. You too. He didn't run into your daughter
Yeah,
on purpose.
well, you
didn't do
bitch,
it
you
on
shouldn't have done
purpose.
it, right?
He
Like, you
snuck in and
shouldn't
went
have been
out
a
of turn on
child.
the wave rider
These
and
are
then started
children,
running
I can
around
see it.
security and then slid down right towards your daughter. But
This
he
is what
didn't do it on
happens if you
purpose.
give phones to children. iPad kids.
It wasn't on purpose, man. It wasn't on purpose that like a 16-year. How old is he?
He's 19.
Oh, well. It wasn't on purpose that a 19-year-old guy rammed into your 7-year-old daughter.
It wasn't on purpose.
It wasn't on purpose. It's
Relax.
fine.
By on purpose, does he mean he wasn't aiming for the daughter? Because, like, yeah, we
like,
know.
What the
We
hell?
understand this.
It was
Everything
on
leading to
purpose.
this is on purpose. It's very purposeful. There's a lot
Yes.
of purpose here. And, like, the fact that, like, they're so desperate to, like, after this situation, to immediately call the lifeguard a Karen.
Yeah, like what?
Yo, Karen, relax. Karens. You guys are Karens.
Absolute Karens. Such Karens.
Karens.
We ruined your day. We jumped over in line, took over this entire ride, and you guys are Karens for kicking us out. Go fuck yourselves.
How dare you? Yeah, they spoiled our crops, poisoned our water supply, and they're the Karens?
I expected when I first saw this, the comments be on their side because he seems very confident to have posted this.
Right.
How are they Karens, bro? You in the wrong. You ran into a child, bro. How are they being Karens?
Yeah.
Bro, cut out the part where he hit the kid.
Okay, so people have at least 2 brain cells in the comment section. That's
In
good.
this one, yeah, the YouTube doesn't seem like so much.
Oh boy.
And I want to clarify this first. He looks very young. He looks like he could be 16, as you thought.
19 is young.
Yeah.
But don't worry, famousbirthdays.com got us.
Famous birthdays.
Checked over
Okay,
the
he's
age.
60, so
Oh.
he really shouldn't be.
Wow.
hitting
Yeah, I
kids.
mean, he should know what
Yeah.
he's doing. Okay, so actually, he's 18. I'll clarify. He's 18.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
if you're a big fan like me, his birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday!
Yeah, happy birthday, Jack. Hope you like this video.
This is your birthday gift.
I'm literally just gonna show you the YouTube video I watched this morning because it actually is that bad. We don't even have to look for clips. It's just bad.
Oh God. Okay.
So a school teacher tried to fight me.
I wonder
Oh
what
my
he could
gosh.
have done to provoke this, because he makes it sound like the teacher just wanted to punch him for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, what undeserved thing could he have possibly done to get people riled up? I mean, what child would he have to quote unquote physically assault to get in trouble? Because I'm not seeing it, you know?
Yeah, no way. He's a good guy.
School teachers are probably just crazy Karens, is what
yeah.
I'm thinking.
Crazy.
Oh fuck, this is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get like my boy. How much for a massage?
Any specific problems, any area about pain, no? Aches,
Nah.
pains, nowhere?
Not really. Oh yeah, I like that. Harder. Oh. Oh.
So much or is good?
Harder. I like it. Oh, what is?
Oh my god. Oh my god, boy. Is this what you wanna be known for? Child, is this what you want to be known for, child? I'm just so embarrassed to the mother of these children. Like, what? Look at the children you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Look at the child you made. Like, oh my god. What turned this child into something like this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I just feel bad.
What is that? Get in there.
Not really.
It
I'm
feels so
kidding.
good.
So typical prank channel, whatever. It's
No, why isn't that thing? Why doesn't that work? I don't think the audio works. See that.
what child would he have to quote unquote physically assault
should
to
work
get in
that out
trouble? Because
later.
I'm not seeing it, you know?
Yeah, no way. He's a good guy.
School teachers are probably just crazy Karens, is what
yeah,
I'm thinking.
crazy.
Oh fuck, this is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get like my boy. How much for a massage?
Any specific problems, any area about pain, no? Aches,
Why do I
pains,
have to watch
nowhere?
this again?
So typical.
I'm gonna skip that.
What is
Okay.
that? Get
I'm
in
sorry.
there.
Are you okay, Tom?
It feels so good.
So typical prank channel.
He
What?
didn't even do it as well as you'd think. He obviously never have done it, you know? Never
Whatever.
used
It's
his
annoying
phone
that
down.
he's doing it in someone's
I'm sorry.
business. Whatever.
Someone's business and other people who are just trying to get a nice free massage at the mall.
Yeah. If it was trying to be a good prank channel, I like when pranks are very subtle and like not disrupting people.
Yeah.
Me too.
And like
Like,
this one's
friendly.
clearly just like, how loud can I
What
be?
is that?
How much of a nuisance can I be to these people?
The prank is I'm yelling.
You're getting all up in there, Shotty. Sheesh. Harder, harder. Come on, give it to me harder. Oh, yeah. Just like that.
No one is laughing.
Just his girlfriend. 'Cause he's like, oh my god, this is great content for later. This is gonna be amazing.
I know, right? Like
How
such a
old are these
hilarious prank that
children?
everyone walking by
18. I forgot.
is
18.
not laughing.
Sorry.
Good prank. This is really good. Yeah.
This
I
is
like
so
how they're
embarrassing.
changing the game, you know?
I need
Like
to
they're
hide
evolving
my
the prank
face.
game.
They are, because pranks used to be like
I don't
funny,
know these
silly,
people.
laugh at the end. But this is really taking the word
I'm so
prank to a
embarrassed.
whole new meaning, which is just being a public nuisance.
It's almost they're pranking on like a meta level now too, because I feel pranked.
Yeah.
I feel like
I feel pranked.
I feel like he's wasted my time.
Yeah, I feel pranked because this is also going on for way too long.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the joke.
Yeah, we got it. So typical setup. It's what happens after that's rough.
Oh boy.
I think I'm good here. I nutted.
Is this your normal behavior?
Well, like, what's normal if I've never gotten a massage? So I guess so.
Boom.
It's like everyone else.
Oh, no,
Boom.
I just met normal at Walmart.
He's
She
not
just was
normal,
missing the
just so
L.
you
She
know.
lost the L, but two L's make a W.
What the fuck does that? What was
does
that?
that mean? Are we too old to understand
Was
that?
that even a joke?
Two L's make a W.
I just saw normal at Walmart.
But she lost the L. So Norma?
I just met Normal at Walmart. She just was missing the L. She lost the L. But two L's make a W.
Why is that a joke? So you met Norma? You met Norma at
It
Walmart?
didn't land.
Wells
It
make a
was.
W.
It didn't land in
What
my
the fuck is
airport.
that?
That's not funny.
You'll see going forward, he always talks like this. He talks like a Twitch chatter of like I show speed, where it's just like, yo, that was a W, guys. That was a W. Yo. Was that a W?
You know, this is Poggers, man. Can we get a W in the chat? Can
Bro,
we get a
major
Poggers?
W. Major fucking W. Oh my god. What a Karen. What a Karen bitch.
Yeah, I saw him Big W.
I'm gonna please ask you to leave the business.
I'm Big Norma.
Just
All right, fair
please
enough.
leave the business.
All right, I'll
Boom.
pay. I have to pay.
Yeah, I'd be pissed as well.
I have to pay you.
Like that's the disruptive behavior. Like,
Here's $50.
I don't want your money.
You have to take it. We're running.
I
Let's
don't
go.
want your
She just
money.
ripped up
I
the
don't
50.
want your
Wait, give me
money.
that money back. Bruh, you just ripped up money. Bro, what the fudge?
What the fudge?
Why is he pissed off
Yeah,
that
why
she
is he
ripped it? He
pissed?
gave it to her.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
to be
gave
fair,
it.
why
Yeah,
would
what
she
the
rip it
fuck?
up? You
She's
know?
probably all annoyed and a little flabbergasted.
thinks
I
it's
mean,
fake.
Yeah, that too, probably. But like in the macroscope, you just gave her $50 because you were an annoying piece of shit, and then she ripped it up. Why be pissed at her? You gave her the
Yeah.
50. It's her 50 now, bro.
And you were a piece of shit.
You don't work $50. No, yes I do. He gave it to me. I told him I don't want it.
All right, just take this. Wait, no, fine, it's funny. Take this. Do it. Do it. You won't.
No, walk out of the business.
Bro, that was funny. She just ripped up a $50 bill, bro. The disrespect. Yo, that's just disrespectful. There's people out there that might need that $50, but
Is this a joke?
Stop.
The lack of self-awareness is astounding. There's no way. Like literally everything he just said, like, oh, that's just disrespectful.
Yeah.
You were being an annoying piece of shit.
Now he's like the social crusader of like what's right.
Yeah, now you're like, oh, come on, that's disrespectful.
People could use that money, okay?
People could have used a nice massage
use
too.
that
Yeah,
money to annoy
dickhead.
other
So here's what they
people.
do,
No.
right? So after this
I'd
great
rather-
prank and annoying this lady, he then goes
People who shouldn't
to
have
a
YouTube
t-shirt
too.
making shop in the mall.
Oh, good.
So anyway, he's trying to get a shirt with the picture of him getting a massage by her. He wants to get this on a shirt, and then he wants to wear that shirt back to her just to annoy her.
Why, man? Why? Why can't you annoy like bad people?
Because they're making the bad people. That's the issue. If you don't have someone, they have to make it.
Yeah, they have to provoke someone to be mean and angry at them.
And while trying to pretend that they're not. That's why he's the biggest douchebag ever. It's like, we're gonna cause a
You know
ruckus.
what you're doing.
Yeah, we're gonna cause a ruckus. We're gonna get someone to get upset at us, and then we're gonna make that person look like the evil person of the video so then we can clickbait it.
Yes, but then they're also showing how they're the assholes.
yo, absolute W right here, guys. Drop a like, subscribe. We're gonna go to the lady right now and show her my t-shirt.
They get the t-shirt and they come back. Luckily, she stopped working.
Excuse me? Do you know where my friend is? Do you remember this? Is she here? She left? Yeah. She's not here anymore? You're joking. What do I do? Does he need help?
Hello.
Whoa.
1 second.
Don't worry, I'm a professional.
Just starts
That's embarrassing, child. Oh my god, he's even 18, so he's liable to get to jail because of that. Like, in places like these countries, like, you don't just touch anyone without their consent. Like, anything, even just a touch on the shoulder or something. You can't even do
Touching
that.
another guy, too. Like,
Dude, like, can you not?
he's just harassing this business. He's not allowed to touch
Yeah.
other people. What the
Dude,
fuck?
do you pride yourself on
damn.
being such an annoying piece of shit? He looks like he fucking eats glue. Sorry, I'm going in on this.
I
kid.
know, please. Again, this has pissed me off all day. This should actually.
This guy, bitch, like, why are you fucking showing her this sort of content? Like, you've seen it, so why are you showing her?
Should be the
You're
thumbnail.
pissing
In
off my
fact, someone's
Gabby
calling
Gabby.
security, and he's happy. He's so
Yeah.
happy.
Yo! Bro, no, we're not filming.
Come on, bro, you're lying to me now.
Wait, what makes you think we're filming? Oh, shoot, that is a big camera, you're right. Oh, you're gonna call the police? She's telling me to put on a shirt. What's up?
Honestly, I think YouTube has to take serious action about this sort of stuff because it's incentivizing others. If someone else with the same attitude sees this, they'd be like, "Ooh, I make money from that too." So obviously they're gonna do the same with their own fucking camera. And so it becomes a cycle. And yeah, these are the things with these types of creators. Like, they never get banned. They never get like, what is YouTube doing?
Dude, he got out of his chair.
It's
Just go back to the
crazy.
massage, bud. Dude, you can't act hard if you're getting a massage. It's not that deep.
The worst type of asshole is the asshole who like pretends they're not being an asshole. Like he knows
Yeah.
exactly what he's doing, but he's like, oh, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, I'm not filming. I'm not filming. Dude, at least fucking own up to it.
Yeah, unfunny basis for a prank to getting yelled at to them making them out to look like bad guys, and then when you're getting confronted, what the hell? I didn't do anything wrong. We're just minding our business. This isn't even the school teacher part yet. They piss off another person in the last 3 minutes.
No way. Come on.
We gotta leave the mall before we get banned from this mall. Time to get banned from another mall. Am I right? Let's get it.
Because getting banned from malls would be so freaking
Yeah,
sick, dude.
so
freaking
fun and cool.
Sick, nasty tail whip 360,
Whoa.
bro.
What's up? It's a fake camera.
Bro, you can't use that camera. Why are you trying to take my video?
Oh, he's deaf. He can't hear you. Can you
Oh
just
my
sign
God,
language
why
him?
is his-
No, because what I've told him before.
Wow, this guy is pissing me off for real. Like, I'm like,
I only know start recording and don't stop. That's it.
Put it in the
That's all I know.
I'm not sure how familiar you are with other prank tubers or whatever. I've seen some of the bigger
Some.
ones like Jidion and this guy Loaf, I think. He's
Yeah.
taking a bunch of tropes they use and he's doing them in the most asshole-ish way possible.
The most unlikable way
The most
possible.
unlikable ways, yeah. Not that they don't do it too sometimes, but I know for a fact Loaf does that thing where he says, my cameraman's deaf.
Is he really deaf or is he just playing that?
He's like partially deaf. It's hard for him to hear.
Yup.
So he took that from him. And then he's also doing a thing where that's not a camera. No, that's not a camera actually. Which I've seen before when people try to like say it's like, oh, that's a PS5 or something. It's not a camera. It's another like TikTok
Yeah,
thing.
but you can do that in a way where it's actually funny. But this is not funny.
Should I take it from him?
No, he can't use it.
But I mean, should I like?
Close it.
Oh, okay. Yo, here, he wants you to turn around and bend over. Oh, he wants you to bend over. Oh, no? Oh, wait, call the police. Oh, fudge. Oh, you want me to stop it? I'm actually blind. I can't.
Stop it, bro.
You want me to stop it now?
Let me call. You want me to call? That's why you.
No, I don't want you to call. Here.
Why you acting so stupid?
Huh?
Why you acting stupid?
Dude, you shouldn't chew with your.
Why you acting stupid?
You shouldn't talk with your mouth.
Hey, call the police.
Why don't you just eat your food? Why don't you just eat your food?
Oh my god. This
Is this not the most unlikable person I've ever seen?
this is awful. And the security guy's like, I don't get paid enough for this shit, man.
I can't believe how many bullshit like things he said in the last like 5 seconds. Yeah, he's deaf. That's not a camera. I'm blind, and you shouldn't talk with your
Don't chew
mouth.
with your mouth open.
Fuck you, dude. Oh, this.
need to get out of this shit. I don't want to watch this shit anymore. I'm annoyed at that child. That child is stressing me without even. Oh my god. God damn. I think I've seen this one. I don't know if that cob bread is like a what is that a British thing or is that a fucking like I don't know. I've seen it here. I've seen my mother-in-law make some. It's not bad, but I'm gonna join in to the acting. Fuck, that's done. That was really dramatic. I think I cried. I kind of cried, honestly. Like I couldn't hold back the tears. Oh my god, that was so stressful. No, I didn't. Oh, I've seen this yesterday. Is this the yeah, I've seen this. Oh no! Did I... Oh my, this is a new one! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. I love Robert.
I don't know what it is about working in salons, but there's always drama, like hair salons, right? I've worked in one, technically free, off the same chain. I'll get into that later. There's always someone, an owner, a higher up who is just vile. And you're like, how are you functioning as a human? You know that person when you go to work, you're like, oh, fuck, they're here today, great. As I said, I have my own horror story about working in salons, but we'll get to that. We'll do that at the end. But let me talk about this thing I came across online. This salon owner really put a foot in it, her own foot in it. Right, let me introduce you to Charlene.
I want to watch this, so you have to give me 1 second. My grandma is about to leave. So I'm just gonna say goodbye. Apologies for cutting you guys, or you, Severs. Drama, 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 drama. Okay, we will start the drama. Hair salon drama.
Charlene Lee on TikTok. She is the owner of...
Wait, what?
This thing I came across online. This salon owner really put a foot in it, her own foot in it. Right, let me introduce you to Charlene Lee on TikTok. She is the owner of Circle Hair Salon, which I think is a really shit name for a hair salon. What's hair got to do with circles? And she does like hair education content, right? So she'll be like, oh, your hair's curly. Let me show you how to make the most out of your curls. A lot of curly hair content actually. But then she also gives advice on like the industry and working in the industry and being part of the industry. Anyone who wants to work in like a salon environment, right? And then some like poorly acted like skits that also are part of an actual thing that's happening. It's weird.
I just checked the perm. I actually fucked up. What?
It's been over 20 minutes and it's still straight.
What? The perm is straight after 20 minutes?
Yes. Yes.
Your glasses on. Oh, shit. Fucking fuck it up. Oh. Happy with it?
Wow, she mad.
She looks super bloody cute, doesn't she?
There's also like this really weird, what seems like a sales pitch going on her TikTok. Again, I'll talk about that later. It's giving like MLM vibes, even though it's not. I got food in my tea. No, I haven't eaten. Okay. So she recently posted a TikTok all about people who are unhappy in their situations, their apprenticeship situations in their current salon. Now, apprenticeships, at least when I was growing up in the beauty industry, was 100% normal, right? Low paid, you'll start sweeping the floor, making coffee for clients, washing hair, rinsing color, mixing color. You start off there and then work your way up to be a stylist, a colorist, whatever it is you wanted to do.
Yeah,
and I've met some apprentices.
Traditional.
It sounds so weird. It sounds like a wizard's assistant, you know? I've met apprentices that aren't happy in their role, in what they're doing in the salons. The way they're treated a lot of the time isn't great. So Charlene, being, you know, a salon owner, was receiving questions and messages about people who weren't happy in their position, in their apprenticeships. What should they do? Where should they go? So she posted this. Pay attention to what she is saying.
I absolutely love apprentices, but like I said, don't be scared. I have woken up to so many messages about apprentices not getting trained. They move salons. Do they stay with their salons? What do they do? Because there is a lot of salons out there hold their apprentices up. Now, my advice to you guys as apprentices is, one, have that conversation with your boss. Sit down and say, I'm not getting enough training, and there's my husband in the background. We're having our morning coffee. Be honest and tell them how you feel. Because I can't function oh my God, it's a poor guy here. As you guys know, I have got around about 13 apprentices that have moved salons because they weren't getting trained. Their old boss just didn't have the time. They couldn't be bothered. They didn't want to invest in your education. So if you feel that you are one of these apprentices not getting the training, you want to move up, if you are a second year like this beautiful girl, she's scared to move salons, but I'm telling you, move salons, but make sure when you move salons that you must ask about what sort of education they provide to you, that you put in the hard work, because you guys need to catch up. Education is the key of growing, and if you are scared and uncomfortable, that is fantastic, because that's how you grow. So good luck, go smash your goals.
So she's given advice. She's basically saying, if you're not happy where you are now in your apprenticeship because of the way you're being treated, what you're doing, you're not getting the education you need, that's the point in your apprenticeship, then quit. I know it's scary, but quit and then go to a different salon. But look into what kind of education you're going to get from that salon. Know what you're getting yourself into a little bit more. People were commenting like, thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And, you know, she was responding, pleasure, pleasure, whatever, you know, whatever people reply. One comment, however, I bet she wished she didn't reply to. A comment from a user named Brock said, I worked in a fast-paced salon as an apprentice. The boss was extremely motivated, but never invested in me as a stylist.
Ooh.
I was let go because I took too long to pick up lunch every day. Shameful. Charlene responds to this. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Now little did Charlene know Brock, the person who commented this, is an ex-employee of hers. An ex-apprentice of her circle salons. And he responded to her comment with a video. This is what he had to say.
Oh my god, that's funny. How the tide turns. How the tide turns.
This is such a trap. It's like, I got you.
Hi, Charlene. Actually, no, I'm not kidding you. It was you and Circles who let me go. You were the first person to offer me an apprenticeship and gave me an unpaid trial of 2 weeks.
Oh my god.
Which is illegal. I never received a lunch break because I was so busy picking up your lunch and the lunch of all the other senior stylists, which is illegal. Eventually, you did decide that I wasn't the right fit for Circles because my aunt had died, and then 100 days afterwards, my grandmother had died.
Oh, no.
And then when I texted you that morning to tell you that my grandmother had died, you said, "So I guess you're not coming in today." And when you decided to fire me, you can't just fire apprentices. It's a mutual agreement between the owner and the apprentice. And actually, I was 16 at the time, and you did that without my parent or guardian present, which is illegal.
Oh my god.
You talk so much about caring about your apprentices and your
Wow, that's
staff
unethical.
when you're driving a Maserati and living in a fucking multi-million-dollar house, when actually the salon that you have built is on illegal activity. I'm sorry, mate. You're not a good
Are they Aussies? Because yeah, I have my
boss.
Personally, I had my experience seeing how salons work. Because yeah, there's an expo in Australia where they come to the city we're at. Like it happens every year, I think. It happens every year, but it's a hair expo of some sort, and it's this big salons going there and like selling their product, marketing and all that stuff. And yeah, like I was seeing how they work. I have nothing to say about it. I would just want to say like it was like working for them. Well, I didn't actually work with the thing. I worked as a hair model during that time, but yeah, just seeing the work they put into. I mean, honestly, I was just sitting down the entire time. I was just sitting down. But yeah. they were taking good care of me. And yeah, that level of work that they have to go through. That's crazy.
Join your union, know the rights that you have
Yeah.
as an employee. And your boss never has your best interests at heart.
So we have an illegal 2-week trial, right? Listen, and I get like probationary periods, like paid, like a month probation. I get that. You need to check that the person you've employed isn't an asshole and they get on with everyone, right? He spends so much time getting everyone else's lunch that he didn't have time for his own lunch. And again, I do understand the boring jobs, making coffee for clients, washing hair, but these are all jobs that
Yeah, in
make the stylist job.
In Australia, you're entitled to at least a 30-minute break. It depends on how many hours, but it varies from 15 to 30 minutes, or even 1 hour if you want to. But yeah,
Easier
they
to
are required
accommodate
by
their
law.
customer. Sometimes it verges on hazing. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you have to get 100 lunches before we have any respect for you. But like, make the most out of your apprentice's time. You know what I mean? Give them some education. Have them watch someone do something in their downtime. But I guess you're not coming in today when that person's relative is
Yeah.
dead. Charlene, are you fucking stupid, Charlene? What an insensitive asshole.
Oh my
The
god,
actual
Charlene. Ooh, I've been to Georgia and California. I remember that, whoever that person.
asshole.
I think her name was Charlene.
Were you worried that because his grandmother had died, you were gonna have to pick up your own lunch that day. So she has broken the law a few times in this situation. It gives a very clear impression of who she is as a salon owner, right? At the forefront of things in the TikTok situation, social media, she's like, I own a salon, I'm so happy, everyone's great, everything's great, we're education, we're doing everything right. Pretending to be this like iconic salon owner, but as Brock says, is a terrible boss. And I believe it. I'm inclined to believe it. You go to Charlene's content now, all the comments are things like, when are you going to dress Brock? And literally people just saying, Brock.
Brock.
Her comments are full of people urging her to address this situation. As I said, I've been around salons. I have been around them a lot and worked in one. Well, three chains of the same one. And let me tell you, it is all very similar. You've the same kind of people, the same kind of person, the same kind of boss. It's all the fucking same. This is like a weird thing in her whole post. I don't know what Charlene is trying to sell us. It's a weird flex that she boasts, and you'll see, about making money while doing absolutely nothing while she's on holiday.
Do you want to know how you can leave your salon for 6 to 8 weeks and...
Where is this Charlene from? Oh, Charlene. Wait, what's her TikTok? Charlene. Lily. I think that was Lily. I want to check just for the day. Circles of hair. So that's her salon, I think. Oh my god, it is Australian. Subiaco. This is, oh, it is in Western Spurt. Oh, she has, wow, I like her site. What did it make? Oh. Wow. It looks nice. But boom, how the tide turns.
and take the same revenue. Just imagine leaving the salon for 2 months, taking the same revenue. Your salon runs exactly the same if you're there or not. Every year I go on holidays and I go to Europe for 6 to 8 weeks. So I am going to show you how you can do this.
So you guys know that our shadowing program has gone absolutely ballistic. We really cannot fit any more salons in, but we have...
What the fuck is that girl doing in there? Like at the back. Oh, I feel bad for her. Like, was she forced to be there? Like, I don't know. Oh, wow.
Such amazing news.
Now, would you like to be able to go away like Charlene does, overseas, gallivanting, doing whatever she does? I'm sure we all see it on her TikTok.
But what have we got to offer to these guys, Fallon, while I'm away?
So, while the big star of the show is away, would anyone like to come and join myself, Ben and Declan and see how we run our boss's multi-million-dollar business while she is on holiday doing nothing? Do you have a coordinator, a manager, your senior stylist, your educator of your salon? Would you like to send them to come and work with us for a day, a few days, see what we do so they can run your business while you go on holiday?
In Australia, by as far as I know, like apprenticeship are getting, like, they still get something. They still get awards as per like the federal government requires, because like, yeah, it's entirely the federal government regulating how much they should get paid, which is, I think, one of the good things here. Like, they rely on the federal government to regulate that sort of stuff, and that makes it equal for everyone. But yeah, I think she tried to get free labor basically from this apprenticeship stuff.
But here's the deal, Charlene. Somebody has to do the work while you're away. So as great as that is, that you can be away all that time, good for you. Who is looking after your salon?
Like they think it. Do they think that's a good thing? Do they think that's like they were trying to make it sound like oh, this is your once in a lifetime opportunity, but yeah. What the hell, you know?
Literally the person right behind you. It gives pyramid scheme vibes. It gives like the make a passive income, even though it's not a pyramid scheme, it's an actual business. It's like, you know, make passive income. I'm gonna teach you how to do something. It's like, what the fuck is going on? As I mentioned, the salons that I worked in is a very similar experience to this going away for half a year, this whole situation. So I worked in a salon once. I had just come back from living in Florida, right? And I was like, okay, I want to go back into makeup. I don't want to do freelance. I just want a job I can go to, come home, related to makeup. I can just get up, go to work and come home. That's it. I was like content with the fact that I could do a makeup related 9 to 5 that wasn't retail, because I was over retail. So I found what looked like this amazing opportunity, right? The job role was, you were a makeup artist in a salon. You weren't hiring the chair. So a lot of people hire the chair and pay the salon money, right? I was getting a monthly wage, like a normal wage. I would be a makeup artist in the salon and that was it. And do clients. And they would get the clients. And then I met with the owner of the salons, the person whose name was actually on the salons. And she was like, yeah, it's, you know, it's great. We'll get you the clients. And then I want you to build a team of makeup artists. And I was like, great, I can do that. I have the education. I have the education in educating. I can do that. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's make this a whole thing. However, the average work day turned into me as just a makeup artist. I wasn't even like big on social media yet, having to do things that I had no idea what I was doing. That was basically like graphic design, social media for the company, you know? And if someone gave me a company's social media and asked me to like grow it, I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do, even though it's my job. The only thing I know how to do is get people interested in what I'm doing myself. So it was all this other stuff that I don't think this salon owner realized that she should probably be hiring professionals to do, but leaving it to your whole team was a little bit stupid. She didn't really move on with the times in terms of the salon and how things work nowadays. So the owner of the salon was really nice when I first met her, really, really great. And then it got to this point where I realized, you know what? She's in Spain half the time. And then she comes back and is like, why is nothing done? It's like, who have you paid to get things done? Because I'm not an advertiser. I don't know how to advertise professionally. I'm not standing in the street handing out leaflets. Are you kidding me? Why are there no clients? What are you doing, salon owner? You want hairstylists and makeup artists to also be advertisers for you? No. Hire someone. Pay them adequately to do that. Yeah. There was also someone else, a manager in another salon, who was just the biggest arsehole. The way she treated her staff was insane. And they were trying to get this whole makeup part of the salon going. And it was just tacky. It was just really tacky, but I didn't really want to say anything. But it was very tacky. The name was tacky. The signage was tacky. It was awful. It was awful. And I did go in and try to change it with some great graphics, actually. And then I quit and deleted all of it off their Instagram. And I always remember. So
Betty, yes. Yeah, I would too. I mean, technically, it's your work, so bitch, like they don't get to have it while you're not there.
We would drive from salon to salon. I would sit in the salon owner's car, and I always remember discussion we had about the future, and I will always remember her telling me that I will never be an influencer, or social media couldn't be my full-time job because it's unrealistic. Let me just 1 to 100,000 plaques and 1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? An award for Beauty Content Creator of the Year 2022 or 3?
I mean, yeah, technically he would be good at marketing by then.
American Influencer Awards, Beauty Content Creator of the Year, International. Oh, what's this? Me in Vogue. Oh, what's this? Me on the British Beauty Council. Now they're half salon, half cafe. So if you're going to work in a salon, or perhaps your child is, they want to venture into the world of beauty, do your homework literally by Googling the salon. Going on different social media platforms, Googling that social media platform, and seeing what comes up. You will be surprised at what you find. Okay, let me know what you think of this down below. Have you ever been treated unfairly in the workplace? No, that's really deep. Let's not do that. That's so deep. Okay, bye.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I had my experience of being manipulated by a company as well. It was more like a large, they were technically a vendor for, basically they provide labor in hotels and motels around Australia. And yeah, they're hiring, because I was a student then, so I was studying at the same time, and yeah, they were, basically they were hiring immigrants, people who are not knowledgeable about the whole law and how Australian labor law works. And yeah, they were making them work really, really hard. I mean, technically, it was just, I don't want to say just, but it was housekeeping stuff. But yeah, it's a very exhausting job. And yeah, we only got paid part-time hours when we worked like twice the amount, like full-time hours for 5 days a week, basically. And yeah, sometimes it's you never realize it until you get the information that is needed. And yeah, that's the thing. Don't just trust your companies, even like smaller businesses. Those companies, my sister had her own experience as well, but in this case, it was more on her superannuation, which is like the retirement scheme in Australia. So yeah, don't let these giants take advantage of you. Well, they're not really giants, are they? What's this? Oh my god, it's too long. I don't want to watch that. That's way too long.
Greetings, dear.
Goodbye. That's way too long. Ew. Ooh, roller coaster tycoon. Why are these so long? How about this?
Hello everyone, today I'm going to be talking about a new phenomenal pop artist who's fully AI generated and about 8 years old. We're going to be talking about Nolly Lou. Now, I came across Nolly Lou on reddit.com, where a lot of good things start, obviously. Nolly Lou only has 109 followers, but the only reason that I'm talking about this is because this is just a made-up person, a fully AI generated freakish fucking experiment, if you will. This was on r/cringe, and I had to look into it because I was wondering sort of what the whole goal of this was. Are people trying to get fans for this AI generated artist, or is there a darker purpose to this? And overall, I think that it's pretty bad. It's pretty dark. Also, subscribe. I'm trying to get to 275,000 subscribers before the end of the month. If that doesn't happen, then really bad things are going to happen to me. Also, please consider becoming a member. It's $5 a month, and you get a lot of exclusive content. You get emojis in my chat. You get some new profile pictures. You should please check it out. Now, when scrolling on Nolly Lou's Instagram, you can see they're not following anybody. But when you go to their TikTok page, you soon discover that they're following one person. And I think that the creator of this is genuinely just somebody who's really interested in AI content or growth on social media in general. But if they're not, this is pretty fucked up and strange. Okay, so here's Nolly Lou's hit debut song.
Little monkey playing with you, I like it. You're so cutie. Smile is very big.
Yeah. Okay, so little monkey, you're so cutie, smile is very big. Now, Top comment says, if this is AI, we're cooked. If you see this and don't automatically realize that it's AI,
Medium
then
rare,
I'm worried
bitch.
about you. I'm genuinely frightened at what we're dealing with currently. 34 likes. Great. No, yeah, because this makes a lot of sense. I like that the singer looks different in every single photo. There's no brands being pointed out, and they're just sitting on a carousel casually.
With you, I like it. You're so cutie. Smile is very big.
Smile is very big. Yeah. And honestly, I'm glad that it's super big. If it was a small smile, then I would be nervous. And I like my AI uncanny valley creatures to sort of have big, unnatural smiles. I also love this comment. I'm sure she's Russian. Really? No, I swear that she's Russian. I don't know much about her or where she comes from, but just by the looks and by the sound of her voice, I'm pretty sure that she's Russian, if you will. Russian away from CPS. And like, look at the profile picture. You've got this little girl with the bluest eyes. AI loves blue eyes. And then you've got, oh, I don't know, strands of zigzags poking down, which is obviously cool. We've got slap bracelets coating the coat. And then we go here, my name. What do you think my name is? I'm wondering who looks at Nolly Lou and says, how did you get your name? That's the first question that I have actually, is how did you get your name, Nolls? Hi everyone, Monkey, because of the song. Today I'm going to tell you about what the name Nolly means. Are you guys interested? Now, the thing that gets me the most about this is that it didn't originally say Nolly, so are there multiple Nolly Lous? At first, by listening to this song, I thought, oh, this girl can't be recreated. It's like Jojo Siwa Karma. There's no way for us to sort of keep up with this hype. But then I look and we see, oh, there are two little glasses holder things here, which is obviously sick. Actually, the hands for AI art look pretty good. But yes, I am interested. What does Nolly mean? It means luminary or source of light. It has roots in the English words noble and illuminate. Oh, okay. So Nolly. Oh, that makes sense. Noble, illuminate, Nolly. Cool. And we're not going to question at all the sunglasses chain.
Like, what's with that noble and illuminate? Like, why did they decide to? What the fuck is with that shit?
And then the growth on the hand. Now, are we basing this AI off of like an actual child? Because if that's the case, then I'm nervous. I'm actually scared. And we'll look at some of the hashtags that this person is using. I feel as though there's something darker happening. Like, why would somebody post this much, work this hard on an AI generated fucking persona, and then not have a direct way to make money off of it and like tag other children? You'll see. Okay, so this one is captioned, let's do something fun together. Hashtag English songs, hashtag little star, hashtag fun music, hashtag USA. Okay. This person says something that I kind of agree with. Whenever I see this guy's videos, I think about human trafficking because it's kind of the vibes it gives off. No, I wouldn't go that far to say that it gives off human trafficking because I don't think that this is a real child. Now, if it was a real child and they were being forced to dance like a little monkey, like those TikTok monkeys that people force to dance, that's really sad. This I don't think is what's going on. Hey is my new song.
Lollipop, my name is Nolly.
Okay, sorry. I'm like lollipop. My name is Nolly Lou.
Girl, lollipop, tasty. Nolly girl, bestie.
Oh, okay.
Sounds
So
like
we're going a little
K-pop,
bit of a
but
Northwest
bubblegum
style,
pop.
if you will. Nolly girl bestie. It's your bestie. Nolly girl westie.
Lollipop, my name is Nolly girl. Lollipop, tasty. Nolly girl, bestie. I make lollipop. My name is Nolly girl. Lollipop,
Lollipop.
tasty. Nolly girl, bestie.
What's with the lollipop, girl? Child, I mean.
Lollipop
not child, it's
tasty.
AI.
Nolly girl bestie. I originally thought that bestie was like a mutual thing that you had to agree with, but that's okay. I mean, Nolly Lou is perhaps my...
She's saying she's your best friend. That's what she's saying there. Nolly, you're like, she's trying to entice you to come to me, my child. I'll give you what you want.
My best friend, and you can put that all over Reddit, all over Twitter. You can say that Jake Doolittle is best friends with Nolly Lou of Russia fame, Joy and Fun, Little Singer, Big Dreams, Follow the Path to the Stars. Now there's one final song that Nolly Lou has made, and then we'll dive a little bit deeper into what the fuck is going on here, but this one's a really solid one.
Mumble bubble lady. Sweetie, pretty little
Okay, I mean, first of all, already selling out crowds, Nolly Lou. Look at this. Holy shit, look at all these people. Not a phone in sight, like a real concert. Now, Nolly, mumble bubble, baby datey, little sweetie is the weenie. Bubble bubble lady sweet.
Yeah, she's just using it's the catchy phrases that ends with the same T. It's like poetry. There's like a process when you make a poem or something, like you have to follow the stanza. Depends on what type of poetry you're making, but like I think Japanese I think Hikaru. Oh no, is it Hikaru? Let me check. Yeah, I think it's Haiku, that's it.
Sweetie pretty little girl, please dance, don't be lazy, yeah, dance with me, let's go. Okay, that song can't be AI generated because that sounds like a Cardi B song, you know? I feel like Cardi B would actually break it down to this mumble bum.
It's like, it sounds more like, honestly, I mean, yeah, he's got a point there, but there's kind of like Blackpink.
Don't be lazy. Ooh, maybe like a Megan Thee Stallion type thing, possibly. Now, personally, this is where I get a little concerned because we go to this page, we see Nolly Lou 2 weeks ago, amazing creative USA Children songs. Okay, hashtag creative, hashtag songs. Those I'm okay with. And then we go to USA Children. I'll take this off the screen, but when you click on USA Children, what do you think comes up? Does anybody have a guess? It's a bunch of children, USA Children. And there's 584 posts, and a lot of it is little girls. All of it's little girls. I'll tell you right now, it's all little girls. And there's this thing that's happening with a lot of these Russian pages where everybody is calling these girls Little Star. Okay, I don't really know what Little Star is. I thought that it was like a term of endearment, but then when we go into other social media platforms and look deeper into the Instagram stuff, we learn that hashtag Little Star turns out to be a cover for more predatory videos. So here we've got this classic TikTok everybody knows and loves. Lady, sweetie, pretty little girl, please dance, don't be lazy, yeah, dance with me, let's go. Right? You know, obviously playing a guitar with the right amount of fingers. I mean, AI is starting to get real good. I'll tell you that right now. But it just is different girls. But these faces, I feel like, are modeled off of people, no? Like, these are all separate girls. I don't quite understand what's going on. And then, what hashtag do you think's in TikTok? Little Star again. So, you click on Little Star. I'll take this off the screen again, or maybe I'll keep it on and we can blur it. Little Star. And then you find like babies, lots of babies and young girls, lots of young girls and little babies. So my question is Little Star a term of endearment, or is this like a weird fucking code? Because to me, USA Children is not a code at all.
Yeah.
If you were to type in USA Children, you're automatically put on my list of pedophiles. But Little Star to me doesn't mean anything outside of this. Now, trying to play devil's advocate a little bit, we go to Nolly Lou on TikTok. We have one person that she's following, and that's America Vibe. We click on America Vibe, and this is just another engagement farm account, right? So it has 4,000 followers, 115,000 likes, and then most of the most popular posts are like my favorite night pics in New York. And it's just like aesthetic things of New York. And it's a bunch of people being like, I would love to go to New York. And it's like, yes, New York's beautiful, but who the fuck is behind this account? No. And lastly, we go to YouTube. Little singer with a big voice. Dance, Barbie girl, English songs, Little Star. We click on Little Star. It's It's almost worse. So is this a hashtag of people just saying that their kids are little
Ew.
stars? Or is it something much deeper and this person's making AI content because they can't use actual children? I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Also, let me know what I should put in the back here for my setup. I'm going to open up my PO box actually. The address is right here, Jake Doolittle, 443 Western Ave.
Yeah, you don't need to show that to me, but yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I mean, yeah, they may be able to like hide it, you know, because yeah, recently like people have been cracking down on the dark web, like police specifically. And yeah, wait, I gotta pee, so you gotta give me a few. Sorry about that, guys. And also, I'm gonna play in a second. I'm gonna play a random video game. I don't know what I'm gonna play though, so I don't know. I have no idea.